The House will come to order. Prayer by the chaplain.
With gratitude for your work on behalf of Minnesota, let us pray. Holy One, we thank you for this day, for the good we have been permitted to give and to receive, for the gift of community and family that surrounds us and encourages us for the work ahead. This is a day of challenge, yet we are not without hope. Hear us as we pray. We give thanks for the land that makes up our beautiful state, the prairies and the forests, the bluffs and the farmlands, the wetlands and the grasslands, lands for exploring and soil that feeds us. We give thanks for the waters that nourish the land, the Mississippi River and more than 10,000 lakes, the watersheds and the ponds, waters that we love to play in and waters that quench our thirst. May we be faithful stewards of the land and water, bringing life to the world. And remember all those this body is elected to serve, the people who make up the fabric of life in Minnesota, the healthcare workers and public safety officers, the educators and the students, the entrepreneurs and the line workers, tradespeople and the artists. We remember those whose bodies are differently abled, those who battle illness or injury that impacts their day-to-day life. We remember those who live in poverty, those who are looked past because of perceived prejudice, and those who live in fear for their very lives. We pray for every town, every county, every song sung and hope uttered. Form us anew to work for justice and mercy. Cause our collective work to give the people of Minnesota resources, support, and a future full of peace. Divine One, we pray for your blessing on this legislative body, a group elected from all parts of this state to solve the most complex and vexing issues of our day. Give them wisdom that opens new avenues of thought and cooperation. Give them courage to see problems from a new vantage point. Give them stamina to withstand the long hours and tedious details. Give them patience to listen to each other and the people of Minnesota. And may their work bring our state a vision for tomorrow that truly exemplifies the best of the people of the North Star State. Be our guide this day and always we pray. Amen.
The chaplain for today is Deacon Krista Lind from St. Paul Area Synod in St. Paul, Minnesota. Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing and recite the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones. Jones. Rarick.
Marion. Marion.
Rarick present.
Rarick present.
You're good.
Jones.
Ready, Katie? Go ahead.
Jones present.
Jones present.
The clerk will close the roll. A quorum is present. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 94th Session 2026, 52nd Legislative Day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Wednesday, March 25th, 2026.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the chief clerk. Petitions and communications. A
Dear-
communication from the governor has been received. The clerk will report the communication.
Dear Speaker Demuth, I respectfully request the opportunity to address the joint meeting of the 94th State Legislature on Tuesday, April 28th, 2026 at 7 o'clock p.m. in the House chamber at the Capitol for the purpose of presenting my State of the State message. Sincerely, Tim Walz, Governor of the State of Minnesota. NISCA moved that an invitation be extended to the governor to address a joint convention of the House of Representatives and the Senate to be held in the House chamber at 7 o'clock p.m. Tuesday, April 28, 2026, and that the chief clerk be instructed to invite the Senate by message to meet in joint convention to convene at 6:45 p.m., that the governor be advised accordingly, and that the speaker appoint a committee of 5 members of the House to act with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to escort the governor to the joint convention.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. That's my motion. Please vote aye.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is on your desk and online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading, House File Number 3298.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3516.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3528.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3571.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3579.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3587.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3588.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3589.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File 3926.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 3972.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 4062.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 4063.
Second reading.
Second reading, House File Number 4319.
Second reading.
And second reading, House File Number 4467.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading, Senate File Number 3402.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The chief clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 4719 through 4790.
First reading, House files 4719 through 4790. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following House file herewith returned. House File Number 3425, an act relating to housing, and House File Number 4541, an act relating to state government. The message is signed Thomas S. Bodern, Secretary of the Senate.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Keeler moves that House File Number 4231 be returned to its author.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion. Would just like to return it to the author. There's still some work to do.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion prevails.
Keeler moves that House File Number 4232 be returned to its author.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Same thing. It's important to listen to stakeholders. This bill still has work to do. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, Jordan moved that House File Number 3435 be recalled from the Committee on Education Policy, be given its second reading, be placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion, and I do request a roll call on this.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, in Minnesota, it has been impossible not to notice the profound impact ICE has had on Minnesota school children's ability to learn. I know every member of this body has heard from students, educators, administrators, and family about how ICE's presence in and near schools has caused terror, absenteeism, and forced schools to close. Children and their family members have been abducted from their communities, and this has profoundly affected our children's learning. House File 3435 was amended in committee and is modeled off of the previous Sensitive Spaces memo that was DHS policy under several administrations, including the first Trump administration, until January 20th of last year. This bill prohibits schools from allowing immigration action to occur on school grounds unless they are presented with a judicial warrant. Agents must present identification, and the superintendent and school general counsel must be informed. This bill does not prevent local law enforcement from responding to emergencies. This bill does not violate the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution. This motion allows us to re-amend the bill to make it a piece of legislation we can all be proud of and will protect our schools. The same day an ICE officer shot and murdered Renee Good, federal agents caused a violent and chaotic scene mere blocks away at Roosevelt High School in Minneapolis. They showed up in force during dismissal where they tackled people, handcuffed staff members, and deployed chemical weapons outside a school. This affected students and staff. Minneapolis Public Schools was forced to cancel class for the remainder of the week, and there has still been no accountability. Students and staff have told me and told many of you about the profound effect this has had on their mental health. Students are afraid to go to school for fear of ICE agents or witnessing further terror. They remember their teachers shielding them from ICE agents and are afraid to see a similar scene at their school. They remember their teachers shielding them. We all know that our teachers would do anything for their students. But should that include getting pepper sprayed by federal agents? And members, I know there's a lot of questions, and this might seem like a long time ago, but this was only 78 days ago. It was right before session, and we were quickly thrown into the normal beats of committee, and it might have been easy for some of you to compartmentalize this terror that happened across our state, especially if you don't plan on doing anything that happened. And let me be clear to you, Minnesotans are not back to normal. Minnesotans haven't forgotten, and Minnesotans won't feel safe until they know this cannot happen to them again. In my own district of Northeast Minneapolis, I have personally witnessed ICE agents circling schools at dismissal times. Volunteers from the PTA to college students to retired church ladies have stood on corners around schools making sure our students are safe. They stood in all kinds of weather. When we all shivered and even canceled our session, and even canceled committees, those volunteers were still there to make sure our children were safe. This traumatized our students who have already been through so much. These kids experienced COVID, isolating them from friends. They watched the murder of George Floyd on their cell phones, and then they saw the civic unrest that unfolded in their streets. Now they're witnessing masked agents with guns outside their schools. Haven't Minnesota's kids been through enough? Operation Metro Surge might be over on paper, but it's not over yet. ICE is still in our communities. Our children are still afraid. Our students are still not attending school for fear of what awaits them as they try to focus on reading and math. We use the phrase, let kids be kids. It gets used a lot at the Capitol, and it should. It's true. We all want our kids to play outside. We all want them to focus on math and reading and spelling tests. We all want them to have fun with friends and grow up to just have fun and be kids. We want them to be happy and healthy. But they can't be kids when they are worried about whether or not their friends will be abducted or hurt before their very eyes. Let's just let kids be kids. This isn't a hard vote to support this motion. This just takes this bill and puts it on the general register. This vote is choosing the safety of our kids over a federal agency that lies to us. It's choosing learning over fear. It's choosing humanity over politics. And it's choosing objective reality and common sense over what leadership is forcing on you. Minnesotans deserve safe schools. Our children are worth it. Our children are worth it. And you can affirm how much these children matter to you with the green vote today.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you, Representative Jordan, for bringing this motion. We need to do this today. ICE, Department of Homeland Security, has inflicted so much trauma on my community. So much trauma on teachers, on students, on school staff. Many of my Republican colleagues have acknowledged that mistakes were made. So let's do something. Let's move this along that can help us prevent some of those kinds of mistakes in the future from terrorizing our kids in schools. I have two stories to share about ICE's impacts on schools in my district. They were all around, staging around an elementary school, potentially on school property on a parking lot, over and over again. There was one day when I received a call from someone associated with the schools saying, help. What's happening now is that the kids are terrified. The teachers are having to close the blinds and not let light in because ICE is all around knocking down doors to get into apartment buildings across the street. That day, a number of observers went there to watch, to protect the kids, and I saw kid after kid coming out of that school just absolutely in tears, terrorized. This is this is one of those mistakes that we can do something about. Another time, around the high school, ICE was constantly around St. Louis Park High School. On a certain day, they racially profiled a Somali woman, and right across the street from the high school, the school went into lockdown. The students were taking finals at the time. The kids, teachers, traumatized. This is not the way that we should be. Should not be something that is okay. So, colleagues, this is a simple opportunity today to move this bill along. It's not passing it all the way, moving it to the floor so we can continue this discussion about how we actually protect our kids, our Minnesota kids and teachers. This should not be a hard vote. I ask for support of this motion.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Long,
I request a call of the House.
a call of the House has been requested. Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The House is under call. The clerk will take the roll. Hold on.
reverse course, and then the half. Yeah. Now look at the other side. Come on.
Members, the clerk will close the roll. Continued discussion on the motion. I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take a moment to speak directly to our schools, our teachers, bus drivers, principals, nurses, superintendents, counselors, and most importantly, our students. I believe you. I believe the experiences that you shared with us when you showed up to the Capitol from every corner of Minnesota and lined up in both education committees to tell us exactly what was happening to you and at your schools. I believe the teacher who was shaking in committee while she shared the raw fear she is carrying for her students and families. I believe that ICE illegally staged in your child's elementary school parking lot for 14 days in a row. And I believe that ICE circled schools and circled bus stops while kids watched from their classroom windows. And I believe you, teachers, when you said that students asked, "Are we going to be okay?" I believe you when you told us that students were hiding behind closed blinds at home, and you know that because you went there to check on them yourself. I believe the profound mental health impact this has and continues to have on teachers, staff, students, and I believe that you know the lasting impact on attendance, trust, and this is getting in the way of our kids' learning. Madam Speaker, can you ask for conversations to be moved to alcoves, please?
Members, please take your conversations to the alcoves or the retiring room. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe tear gas was deployed on students and staff because you came and told us that is what happened on your school campus. I believe the student in my district who withdrew from testifying the day he was supposed to come because of fear. He told me it was too risky for him. Think about that. He was too scared to come here to the people's house to tell his story because of fear something would happen to him or his family. He had the fear of retaliation. That is 100% real, and it is 100% justified from what he knew and what he experienced. I believe the student who told us that she carries her passport everywhere now. She and her friends were pulled over on their way to school. They were asked, "Where are you from? Where is your identification?" They were let go, U.S. citizens, only for ICE to pull them over again the next day. The only consistency there is what the students looked like. I believe what has happened to our students, our families, and our schools. And many of you in this room agree with me. You also believe them. I also believe our kids are not okay, and we know why. We need to be very honest in the work that we're doing here in the chamber and name what is happening. The federal government came here targeting people based on what they look like. This is not about immigration enforcement of criminals or need for better cooperation. There has been a presence and a very real threat happening in real time of unmasked, unidentified armed agents on or near school property in the state of Minnesota, and it has created a fear that is palpable in every classroom. We have a responsibility. It is immediate and practical. This bill is about whether children can safely access a public education in Minnesota. That is a core tenet of values in our state. We all agree on that. And it is critical that we pass this bill for the 1 million students in our state who need us to. We need to be crystal clear that we are never going to let this happen again on our watch. Members, vote yes.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Sensormere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We talk a lot in this body about what side of history that we want to be on. And I was thinking recently about how, as government officials, we can, and we have been on both the right side and the wrong side of history. Pretty soon, I think the pages should be passing out a couple pictures to you that I wanted just to use to frame this conversation today. So the first picture is a picture I think that many people may have seen. I know it was a story I learned about when I was a kid. I remember one of my favorite books was the story of Ruby Bridges, which talked about 6-year-old Ruby Bridges, who was sent into a school in Louisiana to desegregate the school. And that picture of this little girl walking into that school, that's a really famous picture. People have probably seen it. There are murals out there around it. But what I was thinking about recently is there are men in the background. There are men escorting her. And those were federal agents. Those were federal agents that were sent by the federal government to Louisiana to support this brave 6-year-old that was trying to just make her way to her education, and the federal government was protecting her. Contrast that with the picture below. That's a picture just taken a couple months ago in my district. That was the same day that Renee Good, a parent in Minneapolis, where I represent, was killed. Just a couple hours later, that's outside Roosevelt High School in my district, federal agents tackling school staff. They tear gassed parents, students, observers, putting the living fear into members of my community that, like Ruby Bridges, we're just trying to get to school safely. We're just trying to get to their education. So federal agents have been on both the right and wrong side of history. And sometimes it's complicated about what side we're going to be on. But to me, if you are protecting kids, you're probably on the right side. If you are one of the thousands of people across Minnesota who has gotten into school patrols, who has stood out in the cold, supporting school entrances, waiting with kids at bus stops, coordinating rides to and from school. I know I talked to one mom that was telling me that in the height of Metro Surge, she was spending about 2 hours every night after her kids went to bed just coordinating all of the different people that would pick kids up, drop them off, make sure that they got to their education safely. If you're one of the people standing outside the school building wearing a whistle, wearing a vest, wearing a smile to try to make it seem like all of this is just kind of normal to our kids, then you're probably on the right side of history. And if you're one of the agents, like the bottom picture, who is tear gassing our students, who is making them feel like they cannot get safely to their education, and we heard some really compelling testimony today about the great work that some of our colleagues have done around attendance, and I think about these are kids that actually want to be in school, right? These are kids that are fighting for their life to get their education, and we have federal agents that are terrorizing them, that are making that nearly impossible. If you are one of those federal agents, you are probably on the wrong side of history. And if you are one of my colleagues, one of my 4 colleagues who sent a strongly worded letter to the federal government asking ICE to follow the policy that they had for decades, which was that ICE should not come into safe or sensitive spaces, should not come into hospitals, should not come into schools. If you are one of the 4 GOP colleagues who sent that letter to the federal government asking them to do what this bill says, which is just don't send ICE agents into our school building without a judicial warrant, if you are one of those colleagues who sent that letter but hasn't supported any of the bills that we have brought to try to keep our kids safe from ICE, I don't know what side of history you're going to be on. But it is never too late to change your mind. So please vote green.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I want you all to picture a 5-year-old in Columbia Heights. Well, I guess you guys don't actually have to because you've all seen the pictures. He'd just gotten home from school, backpack still on, blue bunny hat, and he was in his own driveway where he and his fathers were taken by federal agents. I was there at that home because it's right across the street from the school. This didn't happen somewhere far away. This happened right here in our community. And not just one child, multiple students in our district have been detained on their way to school, after school, and during the most ordinary moments of being a kid. In Fridley, we've seen activity around school grounds to the point where schools had to close because of safety concerns. Our schools closed because of ICE agents. So imagine being a student in that classroom. A classmate disappears. A friend stops showing up to school. Parents are afraid to even drop their kids off at school. There was agents following school buses around Columbia Heights. I know because I was behind one. Teachers aren't just teaching reading and math. They're trying to comfort children who are scared their families won't be there when they get home. Teachers are making grocery deliveries, collecting items for families. Members, this isn't theoretical for me. When all of this started happening, my child goes to a Spanish immersion school. When all this started happening, I called the principal at my kid's school. When I talked to her, she had informed me she had just gotten out of a meeting with a family who had been sitting in her office for an hour, terrified. Terrified. And doing what I do, being an organizer, I called a few people, and by the end of the day, we had about 20 parents surrounding that school, hugging these children to make sure that they felt safe walking home. We did that so the kids could walk safely through those doors. And day after day, parents, still over 200 in our little group chat of the Spring Lake Park School District, show up to ensure kids walking home are not used as bait to get their parents to come out. I witnessed people being taken from their homes at the Fridley Terrace Mobile Home Park right as kids were leaving school, my child's school, where the Fridley Terrace Mobile Home Park is right across the street. At my child's school, kids weren't able to go out for recess for 2 weeks because of ICE activity around our school. Members, I respect law enforcement, and I believe in the rule of law. But a strong system also requires clear boundaries. Every parent, no matter their background, wants the same things. Their child to be safe at school and come home at the end of the day. Schools should be places of learning, not places where enforcement actions unfold around children. We may not be able to control every aspect of federal immigration policy, but we are responsible for what happens in our communities here in Minnesota. This is about local control. This is about making sure our schools can operate safely without disruption or fear. This is not about whether laws should be enforced, or it's about how and where. Because when enforcement shows up around school environments, it's just not enforcement anymore, it's trauma for children.
That's right.
We can enforce laws without creating fear for kids. These two things are not in conflict. They are common sense. Members, it's about kids. It's about parents. And it's about whether our schools remain places of stability. If children are afraid to go to school, nothing else we do in this chamber matters. We owe it to them together to get this right.
I recognize a member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, one of my great concerns with any proposed legislation is when a bill doesn't do what it's directed to do. And this bill does not do what you're saying it's doing, what you're telling people it's doing. It doesn't do what you want it to do. It doesn't stop immigration enforcement. Let's be clear about what this bill does. I've got it right here. It prohibits school staff from allowing federal law enforcement from entering the school buildings without a judicial warrant. It allows a superintendent to deny a valid judicial warrant. That's it. That's the bill. It doesn't do what you're wanting it to do, which is to stop immigration enforcement around the areas of schools. It doesn't do that. We are not aware of any evidence that a school has allowed ICE into their building. There is no documented case of that. The Attorney General has already issued guidance to schools about judicial warrants. Schools are very aware of what they can and can't do. This bill does not do what you're telling people it's doing. It did not get the votes to leave our committee, and I recommend a no vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to get up, but I was reminded of the discussion we had actually not even this January, but back last January, with all the organizations that are listed on this letter that's on your desk, in preparation of when this executive order that has been in existence for a very long time was removed, when we knew our schools might not be a safe place anymore for our kids. And I respect what Co-Chair Bennett is saying, but the organizations that represent almost every single member that works in our school districts are very, very concerned and are asking for action. They say in this letter, enforcement activity at or near schools causes students distress, disrupts learning, undermines a sense of safety, and places educators in roles beyond their expertise and responsibility. Now, we did have law enforcement, federal law enforcement on school grounds at Roosevelt. You heard about that. We've had federal law enforcement in our area follow a custodian up onto a loading dock just because of what he looked like. A legal citizen. As Representative Kraft said, we had teachers having to shut their blinds for fear of what the children would see outside the window. At least we can make the envelope of the school safe. I've watched my 70-year-old neighbors on the street corners with whistles across from the school in negative below, wanting to help and make sure our kids remain safe. It'd be nice if you joined them. I want to talk just briefly about teachers. All of you have heard me say my husband's a teacher, our son's a fourth-generation teacher on both sides of the family. I have 4 sister-in-laws who are teachers, a daughter-in-law who is. Let me tell you the status of teachers' mental health right now. They put on a brave face in their school classroom. And it's really hard when you have a first grader come up and say, "Are you going to keep me safe?" to my sister-in-law. My husband to walk in the teacher's lounge, see multiple teachers finally lose it because they're stretched thin trying to figure out how to provide services for their kids that are too afraid to come to school. That go out when on arrival and dismissal time beyond their duty day, to be there to make sure those kids feel safe. And I know you all care about our kids. Voting yes on this will prove it. Thank you.
Further discussion? I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I hope this is an easy vote. We heard from Co-Chair Bennett that this is an area where we all agree. We should agree that federal law enforcement should not be able to enter a school without a judicial warrant. This was the policy since 1993 for the federal government. It was the policy in the first Trump administration, but it was not the policy instruction that was given under Operation Metro Surge. Now, thankfully, that has changed. The Trump administration now is saying that they would like to revert to the policy that they had in their first administration. Tom Homan just sent a letter last week to Congress as part of their budget negotiations saying that they are proposing limits to immigration enforcement in schools. So if the concern is that this would go against the position of the administration, they have reverted to their old position. That is no longer the case. If the concern is federal sovereignty, as was explained by Representative Jordan, if a federal law prevails, then under the law as bill as written, that federal law would trump. So our kids, as you've heard from our colleagues, have been traumatized enough by the actions that have occurred in schools. My own kids had to stay home because their school was closed after what happened at Roosevelt High School and was explained by my colleagues. This is a proposal that is so common sense that even Tom Homan now agrees with it. So we failed to move this bill through committee. It is deadline week. Tomorrow is our deadline. If there's more work we need to do on the bill, we can do that work together. We can do that work here on the floor. We can have amendments on the floor. But tomorrow is the deadline. There are no more committee hearings. So now is your chance to keep this bill alive, to move it forward. And I would ask that you think about what you've seen and heard of the images of the kids, what you've heard from the school districts, from those who represent schools about the impact this is having on our community. And hopefully we can all agree that our schools should be protected spaces. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Speaker Damath. Members, you've heard that immigration action didn't happen on schools, but you know that's wrong. There's a picture of it happening on a school right on your desks. Or maybe you threw it out, so I'd encourage you to dig in your recycling bin and look at that picture again. We think these are important. Your school boards are asking for this. You know, a lot of times I have been accused many times on this body of not caring about what our administrators think. But by voting green today, you can show your administrators that you care what they think. I want to read just a paragraph that 4 of my colleagues sent to then Secretary Noem. It says, our schools are required to provide educational services to all school-age children regardless of immigration status. Our schools are trying to comply with federal expectations, but are often caught between a federal administration that is enforcing border security and local governments actively encouraging illegal or immigration. You can stop that. This bill stops that crunch that our schools are facing, that you are so acutely aware of. This bill is a floor. It says that these ICE agents are not allowed to conduct illegal immigration raids in our schools. They have to present a warrant. Everyone in this country deserves that due process, and every child has a right to an education. I think we can all agree that. So this is simply a floor. And if you think that we need to do more to protect those areas around school, by all means, let's do that. The best way to do that would be to vote green today to put this bill on the general register and prevent it from staying in the Education Policy Committee. It's great to hear these ideas about how we need to protect all these other spaces and make sure our students are safe. The best way to do that is to vote green. You can do that today. Members, believe what you saw. I know you all saw this with your own eyes in your own communities. I read your own comments in your own papers about how hundreds of your students were missing school because they were afraid of ICE enforcement. This is something that you know is real and happening in your schools. You can take the vote today for your communities, and that vote is green. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. The House is under call. All members must vote. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely. Members, take your conversations to the alcoves or to the retiring room. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Jones votes aye. Rarick.
Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, Bakeberg moves that House Bill number 1434 be recalled from the Committee on Commerce, Finance, and Policy, be given its second reading, and be placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 1334 is a common sense bill that actually I dropped last year. And we were waiting for resolution from the Supreme Court to rule about the constitutionality of it, and that was upheld. So 1334 requires that digital pornography websites use age verification to make sure that kids are protected and they do not access pornography online. So this is a bill to protect kids. So all it is doing is taking what happens in the physical world and bringing it into the digital world so kids cannot get on pornography sites online. Porn is not, and I want to be clear, porn is not an educational tool. Porn is not an educational tool. Common Sense Media recently released a survey that found that 84% of adults believe that adult or pornography websites should have age verification to protect kids from adult content or pornography. Members, this is an easy green vote to protect our kids, and I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bakeberg. Further discussion to the motion. I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we had a really great conversation about this bill in committee. And everybody in committee talked about how it was the right idea, wrong approach. Not wrong approach, I guess there was just some concerns in this bill, especially when it was talking about the fact that
Members, please take your conversations to alcoves or the retiring room. Representative Cagle.
I love when men up here start, you know, harassing women speakers. And I also, little jeers and stuff are not appreciated. Let's be respectful, people. So what I wanted to point out was that there is a section in this bill that basically dubs that there will be somebody that determines what appropriate information is. We had asked the author, we had directly asked the author to work with us to address our concerns. The author then emailed me and asked, you know, how we felt about this bill, and I asked him, has the work been done? Has the work been done? I didn't get a response from that email. Or I did get a response, I'm sorry, but it was, well, yeah, kinda, not really. We like what we have. We're not really, you know, we don't really wanna work with you on this because We want to find a way to limit what folks can see and what they, kind of control what folks say. And there was, I'm trying to find the section in the bill that had this really questionable language on it. The fact of the matter is, we could have done some real good work on this bill. We could have gotten it to a place where people agreed that the concerns of our side were addressed, like we do with a lot of bills. In Commerce, we've passed a lot of bills out of that committee on single subject because we've been working great together. We've been doing some really respectful and good work. But when there is no good faith effort to actually come to the table and address concerns of certain members, then you're totally disregarding them. And I also want to point out that when we had that very great discussion in Commerce, that some of the words that my colleagues had said were completely misconstrued, put up online on social media to make a target out of her. And I'm really, really sick of people using this kind of stuff as a way to target people. So when we have an informed conversation in committee, and then seconds later that video is taken, that puts my members in jeopardy, that makes it dangerous for one of my colleagues to go outside their home. What are we doing? What is the point? Why can't we just treat each other nicely? And this is one of those bills that if anybody else but me gets up and speaks on, I'm sure one of our members will go put it on social media and try and get somebody killed. I'm not joking, you guys. You think this is funny, but this is real. You're not laughing?
Madam Speaker, what point of business are we on?
We're talking about a bill.
Excuse me. We are, I'm going to remind the body of Mason's 124, paragraph 3. Please refrain from using personalities in debate and questioning members' motives. I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Folks, if we're serious about protecting kids, we got to be serious about protecting them from one of the biggest dangers that every single one of our kids deals with, and that is obscenity on the internet. Kids are drowning in this stuff, and we have the ability to solve that problem. The Supreme Court had heard a similar law from Texas. They said this does not violate the First Amendment if we set it up the way this bill is written. This is common sense. We can do this. And all we've heard from the other side are excuses. Two excuses in particular that should not hold water. One is, oh, there's language in here that was taken from a Supreme Court decision about obscenity. Yes, that's the way to write this bill. And frankly, I know that Chair Kegel, you've had that conversation with Chair Bakeberg, or with Representative Bakeberg. But just go talk to your researchers, and you'll understand why the language in this bill is written the way it is. It is from U.S. Supreme Court precedent about what is legal to be regulated. What is legal to be regulated is obscene material, and this language in this bill tracks that Supreme Court decision. The other excuse we heard is that something somebody said on video was boosted to the world. Well, frankly, folks, that is our job. Our job is to debate issues, and if someone says something about an issue that we disagree with, to say, here's something someone said that we disagree with. Now, every single one of us in here has heard people criticize us, and I absolutely agree that there are times where that crosses the line. There are times where that crosses the line to, I'm sure 134 of us have had things that cross the line, and Representative Finke, I've seen things that cross the line that are directed to you. Representative Cagle, I've seen things that have crossed the line that have been directed to you. I've seen things that have crossed the line directed at Speaker Demuth. We saw something just this last week directed at the late Speaker Emerita Hortman that crossed the line. I think we could get 134 votes on some of these things that crossed the line. But our job here is to make policy, to debate those policies, regardless of whether someone's feelings got hurt. Folks, voting green on this to move it to the general register is us doing our jobs to protect kids. Members, vote green.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today in Judiciary, we voted unanimously for a bill that Rep. Hansen had on nudification. And we heard from 2 victims of that terrible crime. And I want us to all think about the victims of pornography, the objectified women and children that are in this smutty, dark online world and how that victimizes them. And I wanted to just capture, and I also want to say that it victimizes the viewer of the pornography because it gives the viewer an unrealistic picture of reality. 93% of boys and 62% of girls are exposed to internet pornography before the age of 18. 70% of boys have spent at least 30 consecutive minutes looking at online porn on at least one occasion. 35% of boys have done this on at least 10 occasions. 83% of boys have seen group sex on the internet. 67% of children admit to clearing their internet history to hide their online activity. 79% of accidental exposure to internet porn among kids takes place in the home. And by the way, I've seen some stats that can occur pretty regularly by the age of 8. 56% of divorce cases involve one party having an obsessive interest in online porn, 56%. 12% of websites on the internet are pornographic, approximately 25 million websites. Two of the top 100 websites on the internet are porn sites. 40 million Americans regularly visit pornographic websites. 2.5 billion emails per day are pornographic. 25% of search engine requests each day are pornography related, approximately 70 million per day. Only 3% of pornographic websites require age verification. Only 3%. 10% of pornography users report being addicted. I think the number's much higher. That's the only ones that reported. The average age a child first sees internet pornography on this site, at least, it says 11. And 70% of young men ages 18 to 24 visit pornographic websites on at least a monthly basis. And we haven't got into the brain science of what it does to teenage brains. Members, this should be an easy vote for all of us. Online pornography is too easily accessible to our kids. We need this bill to verify age. You know what's happened in places, other states that have passed this law? The online porn websites get up and leave. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that many of you have been affected by pornography addiction by someone that you know in your life. And that should not be our kids. We should be protecting them from a young age. Again, pornography objectifies women and children. Some of these sites are very violent. Not a good thing for anyone to be watching, let alone a child. Please vote yes on this bill. Please, I'm begging you to vote yes to protect the kids of the state of Minnesota from this easily accessible online harm.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, members. Well, I'm not terribly familiar with this bill. The difference, in the Judiciary Committee, we have heard a number of bills on this same kind of thing. As Chair Scott just mentioned, we heard the nudification bill. That's Representative Jess Hansen's bill. We just heard that today, passed it unanimously. Heard the testimony, looked at it for the data issues in it. And the problem that I see here is I don't think this bill has gone to Judiciary. Could the author yield? I've forgotten who the author is, actually. Oh.
Are you asking for Representative Bakeberg to yield to a question?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Representative Bakeberg will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you. Representative Bakeberg, did this bill go to Judiciary? And are you, well, let me just ask you, has it gone to Judiciary?
Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The bill currently is sitting in Commerce. That's why we have an urgency to bring this to the floor now. And frankly, it's stuck in Commerce because we heard it earlier in session, and then on March 11th, I emailed all of the members of the Commerce Committee and all of my DFL colleagues that had expressed interest. Just as a reminder, this bill is bipartisan in the House, House File 1434, and it's bipartisan in the Senate as well. So I emailed all of the DFL colleagues that spoke during the Commerce hearing, and I also emailed those members that had expressed interest over the interim and then during session. And I heard back from Chair Cagle, and she said that she wasn't comfortable moving the bill out. So she had some concerns, and that's why I reached out to all of my DFL colleagues to try to have a conversation to get this important bill moving. Because I think we can all agree that having access to pornography for kids is not okay. There are about 26 states that have already passed some form of age verification. And as I talked about in the beginning, we intentionally waited until hearing the Supreme Court ruling. That came out in June, and this was one of the first bills that we heard from the GOP side in Commerce because this is an important issue. I see it all the time in my principal role where kids are struggling, and oftentimes it leads back to pornography that they're struggling with. So this is an important bill to keep kids safe.
Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you for kind of not answering the question, but your answer is no, it didn't go to Judiciary. And no one here is saying it isn't an important issue. In fact, as Chair Scott just said, we heard about this today in Judiciary. We were, frankly, all of us kind of felt like probably throwing up when we heard some of the stuff that's happening to people because of this nudification technology that Representative Hansen's been working on. So we all have a lot of interest in this topic, but we also have rules. And quite frankly, Representative Bakeberg, I'm not asking you to yield, so you can sit down. I'm not going to ask you to yield again, especially since you didn't answer my question. But so in this body, we actually are here for a reason. Every Democrat is not the same as every other Democrat. The fact that some people were for something doesn't mean all of us are. Especially, I would dare say, in this current environment where we have this tie, it's kind of having people think a little bit independently sometimes, which I'm kind of enjoying. And we still have a committee process, and the committee process is there for a reason. And in fact, under the rules of this body, there are some mandatory referrals to judiciary. So notwithstanding that this is an important bill, as you say, and I, of course, am not really familiar with it, not having heard it in committee, you could be making a motion to move it to judiciary. Now, you might say, oh, but we have the deadline. The deadline, you know, the deadline only stops a bill if people don't agree with it. If people want it to happen, it can come back through the Rules Committee after having had the proper vetting in the committees where it needs to go. So I can only think that this is more of a stunt and not a serious effort when I see you trying to move it to the floor, skipping the mandatory referral to judiciary. And we've been hearing a lot of bills like this, but there are serious issues that I see just in the language. You know, we've talked about, you know, how do you age verify, what happens, who has to, what information do you have to submit to be age verified, how does all this work? What do they do with your data? Even location data is an issue. A lot of folks don't like to let everybody in the world know where they are every minute. I know I don't. So I think there are issues here. Not saying it isn't a serious underlying concern. Of course, we all share that concern. But I think the effort here today, if you were moving it to judiciary, I might vote with you. But you're not. You're trying to move it to the floor, skipping the jurisdiction of judiciary, and so I have to vote no on the bill. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much, Representative Bakeberg, for bringing this forward. House File 1434, again, simply is bringing age verification. It's another way that we can say that we love Minnesota kids. We want to help them, protect them, and ensure that they are going to have a safety net. I'm going to tell you a story about a good friend of mine. And it actually, it's quite emotional. She was 5 years old. Her and her sister were in a new situation, found themselves in a new situation with a divorced parents. So they had a new babysitter that was a family friend that they trusted. He exposed that little 5-year-old and 3.5-year-old to pornography. Images that those little girls had never seen in their lives. And the fear and shame that came with that, she still has brought up here she's in her 50s now, but she can still see those images in her brain. And what that did for her is allowed an open door, a way that somebody was able to manipulate and use her. We know this happening, you know, all around the nation, around the globe, is that kids are being exploited online. And we are hearing many bills about exploitation. We have grave concerns around cameras being in certain places that are watching our children in daycare because we're concerned about their images of their faces being used in other areas of pornography. These bills we're hearing in committees. Why would we not have a sense of urgency to find an upstream measure, a simple measure to put in place to protect minors, to protect those most vulnerable, to talk to my friend and her little sister and know what's gone on in their lives based on what they saw as little kids has had unintended consequences. So again, I just would ask that the body would be using common sense here today and we would vote green on this. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Hanson J.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't need to be convinced about the issue. I think we are all on the same page on that, and I just want to be clear about that piece to start with. But what I do want to talk about right now is that what the work that we do here matters a lot, and how we do it matters a whole lot too. And so I will keep my comments short here, but I just over and over and over this session, I've run into situations where people will make these really meaningful propositions about why we should do something, and I don't hear a lot of people disagreeing with like doing something. What I do see people disagreeing with is how we go about it. And I know that's the boring part of the legislature, and we don't really always like to talk about process and all of that, but process matters, especially when we're talking about things like this and many other things. And so I just really want to make sure that as we talk about this, we look at what's being said. I think we've heard that we want folks to do the work. That's what we were sent here to do. What we pass in bills matters a whole lot, and the way we say it matters a whole lot too. And so I just really want to help us avoid, my bill's been mentioned here today, for example, but I've done the work extensively to make sure that any kinds of inadvertent or things I didn't expect or think about were addressed. And I think that's really important here. I know that folks have reached out and talked to about this issue and were expressing interest in finding language. I talked to the advocates after that hearing, and again, you have to like work through the things that are being said. Nobody, I don't think in that committee said they have disagreed with the premise of what was said. It is about how we do it though. We cannot cut corners on public policy. We are here, we were sent here to do good work for the people of Minnesota, and that's what's being asked, that we do quality public policy. We put these things through the process that this institution protects, and we honor that process. I think that's important. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, maybe that's what it is, but I do want to just say that we need to do the work to find the language that works, that's going to achieve the mission that we're looking to do. So that was all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
So, I think the thing that frustrates me the most in this fourth year, second term, under a historical tie, is the absurdity of the political theater. You guys bring up an urgency, we argue against it. We bring up an urgency, you argue against it, and we just kind of like interchange the arguments. Well, it hasn't been heard here, it hasn't been heard there. But what's fascinating, what seems to go unacknowledged, is the fact that maybe the reason a bill hasn't gone from one committee to another is because you're actually just against it, right? Like maybe that's the reason it didn't go out of commerce. And the reason why I suspect that and why I feel as though I can speak to it without coming close to violating our rules against speaking to motive is because the motive was very clearly explained by Chair Cagle. She went on a rant about how offended she was that we noticed something. We noticed what you said and the context in which you said it. This is a bill that it says in order to access pornographic material online, your age has to be verified. That's all it does. That's all it does. And the comment that was raised in committee by one of your members was that we can't do that, or we shouldn't do that, or we should hold our horses because LGBT kids might somehow not get access to necessary sex education. Now, you could say that that comment was misconstrued, but in order to make that claim, you're going to have to explain why the context in which that comment was made was a bill that requires age verification for pornography. If you want to make the argument that there's a lack of LGBT sex education, then make that argument. Bring that bill, that we need to have that as part of what we have in our school instruction. But in the context of a bill that says we're simply going to ensure that you're an adult before you access pornographic material, to bring that up, that's going to raise some eyebrows. Now, Chair Cagle, and again, this isn't me impugning motive, this is me repeating her words. Chair Cagle says that because we noticed that and we put it online, and so did a bunch of other national outlets because it raises some eyebrows, that was intended to get one of your members killed. What is this rule, this unwritten rule that we're abiding by? If the thing you say objectively offends people, it's somehow wrong to notice it and point at it and say, wow, that was weird. I don't know how you articulate that rule and put it into our legislative rules, but that's what's going to need to happen before we just ignore the things you say and the context in which you say them. Chair Liebling wants to see this in judiciary. Well, there's a real easy way to do that. Chair Cagle's right over there. Have her send it to you. I can't tell you the number of times I've heard Chair Liebling in committee say that just because we move this bill forward from one committee to another is not saying that we like the shape of the bill and the way it is right now. It's saying we want to advance it, we want to work on it. Representative Bakeberg, will you yield to a question?
Representative Bakeberg will yield to a question. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, in the aftermath of the Commerce hearing where this bill was heard and concerns were raised about the potential impact on LGBT sex education, were there any conversations between you and the representative who raised those concerns about how to address that in your bill?
Representative Bakeberg.
I did not get a response from that representative in the email that I sent.
Representative Hudson.
Funny that. Funny that. Oh, you need to work on your bill, Representative Hansen says. You haven't put in the work. Really? The curtain's pulled back, my friends. Your actions speak louder than your words, and your words deflect from the substance of the bill to disingenuous questions about process and emotionally deflective concerns about the danger of repeating what you said. That's the reality here. And I don't know, I would have thought that at this point you guys would have learned this. Every time you do this nonsense, it will be called out. And the record reflects the truth of what you're doing. It's 2026, people see. They aren't all reading the Star Tribune anymore. You are behind the curve on how much you're going to have to adjust in order to deal with the collective intelligence of the people of Minnesota.
Further discussion? I recognize Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Finke, I wanted to just address what happened online for you is unacceptable. What Representative Niska, or Leader Niska, talked about, what happens to a number of us online is disgusting. What happens on social media and how people are pitted against each other is unacceptable. So just at a level setting, let's just name that. So I just want to address, this bill was dropped last February 24th of 2025. From that time on, I have been meeting, and Senator Kroon in the Senate has been meeting with multiple stakeholders from both sides of the perspective on this issue. I have been working and meeting with the one simple goal: to make sure that kids can't take their cell phone and look up porn online. That's the goal. All the other debate, discussion, it's secondary. The goal of this bill is to not allow kids to have access to porn. That's the goal. It's that simple. So then, On January 1st of 26, I sent a number of people in this chamber an email and said, hey, I've got a bill, and I'd love to talk to you about it. And some of you have talked to me about it in passing, in conversations. Then we had the bill hearing. I followed up with an email to those of you that asked questions in the bill hearing to say, hey, let's talk. Let's work the process that we do here and find a solution. But I want to be clear. There is no solution that allows kids access to porn. None. I will not allow that. I had a very good meeting with one member of the DFL, and we see some things differently, and that's great. It was a great conversation. The simple fact of this bill is that the goal is to protect kids from porn. It's a simple green vote. Just a reminder, this is bipartisan in the House. There are there's one DFL author and GOP authors. It's bipartisan in the Senate. This is an easy green vote to protect kids. Vote green, and I request a roll call, if not, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. There will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. Members, we are still under call. You must vote. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Go ahead.
Jones, no.
Jones votes no. Rarig.
Rarick votes aye.
Rarig votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, tab key move that House File Number 3402 be recalled from the Committee on Public Safety, Finance, and Policy, be given its second reading, and be placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tabke, to your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That is my motion, and I request a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Tabke.
House File 3402 is a ban on high-capacity magazines that I hope that we can vote to move forward in this body today. So we have a bill in front of us that was considered in public safety on February 24th of this year. On February 24th of this year, we had 14 members of the Public Safety Committee around there in public safety, but the entire body did not get to hear, they did not get to feel, they did not get to understand the terrible, terrible pain and anguish and horrific circumstances that led us to making sure that we are doing everything we possibly can to pass these gun safety bills this year in this body and get them signed by the governor. In August, Harper and Fletcher were murdered, and we heard in public safety from Harper's mom, who talked about the horrific sound that someone makes when they find out that their child has been murdered. We talked about what happens when you cremate a child. We talked about what happens when these poor families have to take a second run at cremating their child, because when they were changing out pews in that church, they found more remains of Harper. It is terrible. It is horrible. It is something that no one should have to live through. It is something that we can do something about. We here in the legislature, as we work together, can work to pass legislation that builds in layers of safety against gun violence here in Minnesota. I know that most everybody in this body got hundreds of emails in favor of passing legislation. Dozens of those emails were from those families that lived through this tragedy at Annunciation Church and School. And overwhelmingly, one of those things that these families talked about was how important pauses were. And that's what this bill will allow to have happen, is we will have pauses in these tragic situations where guns are used to kill anyone, kill children, kill members of our caucus, of our colleagues. This is something that we can and must consider and move forward. So, mechanics of the bill. So it's a ban on high-capacity magazines. The way the bill is written today is that it has a ban at 10 rounds in a magazine. What happens there is if someone has a magazine that is larger than that, there's a simple $5 block that someone can buy and put in a magazine and reduce that, so it's a 10 capacity magazine. There are 14 other states in the United States that currently have high capacity magazine bans. And so all of this is available, readily available for people to buy and change things. And so it is a really easy, simple thing to do that would create a layer of safety from gun violence that is simply only controversial under this dome. This is not something that is controversial when you talk to everyday Minnesotans. When you talk to people in our communities, this is something that is not controversial. 80% of members of constituents in the suburbs approve of gun safety activity. 70%. There's not much that you can get 70% of all Minnesotans to agree on. All Minnesotans, 70% of all Minnesotans agree that we can, must, and should do something about gun violence here at the Capitol. And so the way we're doing this today is that we just need one person to come along with us in order to get this done. And we know that if we pass this legislation, that the pauses will help save lives all across the state. Since February 24th, when we had the hearing on gun violence in public safety, a father of 3 Annunciation students who was there and attending Mass on August 27th during the shooting, his name is Devin O'Brien. He sent me an email that, told me I did a good job, and that made me cry. This is all so very hard, and I hope everyone appreciates just how hard this is, especially for those families who are working to get something done, just get something done to help them move forward and know that we care, and know that we care about what is happening in our communities across the state and across the country. Devin wasn't ready to talk about what happened, but this afternoon he sent me a message that he would like me to read today. I witnessed the courage and sacrifice of the Annunciation community during the shooting. My experience confirmed that, for me, that regular people will risk their lives without hesitation to save or defend their friends, students, and neighbors. I support a holistic approach to addressing gun violence and mass shootings. The last line of defense is the opportunity that victims have to fight, escape, evade, or render aid to the wounded while a shooting is actively happening. During those brief pauses in gunfire, I was able to communicate with others to guard the doors, run to my son and tell him to stay down, move a wounded student to shelter, and check the vitals on Harper and Fletcher. We took sustained heavy gunfire for over a minute, and it came in bursts. Those pauses happened when the shooter was reloading and, as we know now, dealing with a jammed handgun. Based on my experience, I'm confident that the weapons used, including the magazine size, is a major factor in how much opportunity you have to survive a mass shooting. Members, the pauses matter. There were 116 bullets that were fired in 2 minutes. 116 bullets in 2 minutes. There have been 14 states that have passed this legislation in some form or another. The first one was passed in 1994. A lot of the pushback I get on this is that it's unconstitutional to pass a high-capacity magazine ban. That is simply untrue based on case law as it's moved forward today. It was first passed in 1994. I looked a lot different 30 years ago. There was a lot more hair, a lot less gray. 1994 has been a long time ago. It has overwhelmingly been held up in courts, and the Supreme Court has never challenged high-capacity magazines. They've had many opportunities to challenge this, and they have not done it. We have the bill today at 10 magazines, at 10 rounds as a high-capacity magazine. And as I've said in committee, as I've talked to folks about, there are many things about this bill that if people want to work together on figuring out what the right number is for this, what the right definition is for that, I am more than willing to work and figure these things out and figure out how we can move this forward to save lives in Minnesota. So I spent much of my time this summer talking through this bill. I started thinking about it and working on it in June. And I've talked to many, many Republicans on this bill specifically. And it very much seems like this is something that we can find compromise on, that this is something that we can find a way to move forward on. There are many of you, whether we want to vote on this today or not, who do support this legislation. And I just ask for folks to find the ability to get to yes. This is not a yes that we're passing the bill today. This is not a yes that we are signing this into legislation today. What this is a yes that this is something that's important to Minnesotans. This is a yes that this is something that we can move forward together and we can find a way to get this done, to add a layer of safety to help save kids. So there's absolutely no logical reason for not passing this and moving it forward. There are so many ways that we can do this together. And before I close, I want to talk a little bit about Lydia. So Lydia's dad, Harry Kaiser, talked in our committee hearing on the 24th of February. So Harry was also in the church when this happened. He's a gym teacher at Annunciation, and he was able to get Lydia out of the church as there was pauses in gunfire. So if we think about this, there are 116 rounds that were shot that day. And if we have a 10-round magazine as law, that would be significant number of pauses to get people moved to safety, to get people out of a room, to take action as a mass shooting is happening. And so I just ask you to listen to the families, listen to Harry, listen to Devin, and listen to Lydia. 2 students survived gunshot injuries to the head. I am one of them. Many more students were injured by bullets and flying glass. We all hid under pews. The older students covered the younger students to protect them. I was taken to the hospital and rushed into surgery. The doctor removed a large piece, almost half of my skull, to let my brain swell and remove the bone and bullet fragments from my head. I had a second surgery 3 weeks later to put the piece of skull back into my head. All children have the right to live free from gun violence in our schools, churches, and communities. Elected officials have the duty to protect us from guns.
I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I address the comments, I'm going to have just a question on the thing. Representative Tabke stated that we just need one person to vote for this. With the motion on the floor, what is the vote required for this vote to come to the floor?
The motion on the floor takes 68 votes to pass. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Tabke has said that you wanted something done, that you've talked to a lot of parents and a lot of people over the time since the incident and Annunciation, and so have the members of our caucus. We've talked to a lot of people, and we'd like to do something too that would actually make a difference. We've talked extensively about the need for mental health reform. We've talked about the need for social media reform. And we've talked about the need for money for securities that would go to public schools, but it was blocked from going to private schools. Now, we know that and the Annunciation parents have improved their security there, that they're paying for it privately now. But we also know that the shooter planned on this location, and one of the things that was taken into consideration was that there was no private security or school safety officers there. These are all things that we could do and that we would stand eagerly and have wanted to do since the incident happened. But without the one thing that you want to do and the one thing that we stand against, you'll hold back all of them. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate because the one thing that we could do together that we agree on, you won't do. I've pointed out in committee and received a lot of pushback from people that aren't familiar with the situation, but literally in the state of Minnesota right now, there are millions of magazines that fit your description, and these magazines aren't controlled. We know that the shooter in the Annunciation case planned this for months, from video that they documented as part of their plans and everything that they wrote out. From where the shooter lived, they're less than a half-hour drive from Hudson, Wisconsin, when if every magazine was sucked up and was in compliance with your law, your bill, your shooter had the time with all the planning that was put into it that they could have gone to Hudson and got these magazines that you want to stop. The one thing that I've seen in all of these, and it's not just this case, in multiple school shooting situations, and the common theme is they plan, it's a suicide mission, and they plan on the response of what time the first good person with the gun to stop them will be. These are things that we can fix and that we can improve on, and I wish we would take the limited time that we have left in this situation, or in this session, that we would actually work on something that we can get done and that would make a difference. And with that, I urge a no vote.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this motion because it's been 211 days since the Annunciation mass shooting shattered my community and the lives of so many parents and kids. And every day since, I have gotten calls. I have been stopped at the grocery store. I have been stopped walking my dog and asked, what are you gonna do to keep our kids safe from these guns? Why are weapons made for war on our streets? On August 27th, 116 bullets ripped through Annunciation Sanctuary in 2 terrifying minutes that killed Harper, Moisky, and Fletcher Merkel and injured dozens of children. Maybe you had a chance to see Harper's desk downstairs with her volleyball and her favorite Crocs, or Fletcher's backpack and his batting glove. And maybe you heard the voices of the kids who survived when they came into our rotunda and sang about being brave. And when their parents made the promise to each and every one of us, they said our names and our districts, that we hold you in hope. 116 bullets in 2 minutes of gunfire. And those beautiful children that they took from us and left hundreds with a lifetime of trauma. And I think it's important to hear what that feels like. So I'm going to quote Harper's dad, Mike, who shared this in the Senate hearing. The sound of an AR-15 blasting through stained glass windows, bullets hitting walls, church pews exploding and splintering as rounds tore through the sanctuary. Children running while others froze in fear and hid under their pews. Kids watching their friends get shot, teachers and students throwing themselves over classmates to try to shield them. Gun smoke filled the air as people screamed, prayed, and tried to survive. His daughter didn't survive. In the chaos, Harper yelled, "Get down," and her little buddy, and she was fatally shot in the head and neck. Out of this unspeakable tragedy, Annunciation families have been raising their voices. They've been talking to a lot of us, and they've been asking us to do something about these weapons and the ammunition that can turn a sanctuary into a mass casualty event. And they join a long line of gun violence survivors, of parents and kids and families who, through their grief, have found determination and courage. They are showing us what bravery looks like, and they are showing us the path. Maybe you heard Lydia's dad, Harry, in committee. Or maybe you met Harper's parents for a cup of coffee in your community. Some of you sat in their living room, surrounded by pictures of a jubilant Harper, and then felt the heaviness of her urn on the mantle. Maybe that's where Jackie shared with you the heartbreaking what is heartbreaking to hear a mother say, which is the damage to Harper's body was so severe that they were not allowed to see her, to hold her, or to be with her body again. These families have been sharing the most painful experiences of their lives because they believe it can save other people's children. They want to spare other families the unimaginable grief that they have been through. These families believe in us. They believe in the work we are doing here, and they have asked us to listen, to be brave, and to try. And they are not alone. 69% of Minnesotans who want us to ban these weapons of war are with them, and so are the teachers, the doctors, the local leaders, and the parents that are pleading with us to follow the evidence and do something about these massive rounds that are going into our communities. And our kids, so many of our kids are asking us to make a choice. Choose us, not these guns. Choose us. So I just want to finish with a letter from Sophia. And I'm just going to read the end. But she goes to Annunciation Catholic School. And she says, I think these guns should not be sold to anyone for reasons Harper and Fletcher died. Please do something to make it right. Do something to make it right. We each have a choice to make on this vote, on this policy, on what these families and Minnesotans are asking us. Do something, try, make it right. And I'd ask you, on this bill, this is your opportunity to choose our kids, and not these guns and not this ammo. 116 bullets that flooded those sanctuary and murdered 2 children. With that, Madam Chair, thank you.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to this motion. I took some time after the Annunciation shooting, and I met with the families, some of the families. And I think everyone in here would agree that it's a tragedy, and nobody wants to see kids die at the hands of a school shooter. Nobody. At the end of the day, this bill would not prevent that. That school shooter broke 19 state laws and 4 federal laws. Putting another law on paper that would actually violate other Americans' rights isn't going to change anything. It wouldn't have prevented this. Hate doesn't reside in the barrel of a gun. It resides in the hearts of humans. The only ink that you can put on paper that's going to change that is the gospel of Jesus Christ. Not legislation. This is more theater. This is more talking points for campaigning. This wouldn't prevent the tragedy that happened. And it's, you know, we talk about trying to provide safety for schools, and we tried to do that in committee this week and last week. And we had an anonymous reporting system that was a bipartisan effort, had support from both sides of the aisle, until, surprise, at the 11th o'clock hour, Minnesota Department of Education came rolling through, said it was going to cost them money, a report that they would have to do when they have $8 million carrying over from a previous budget, hiring 40 new administrators. And we had members on the other side of the aisle that protected a department and did not push that legislation through that could protect kids in school. So if we're serious about protecting kids in school, let's support initiatives like the SHIELD Act, like Representative Engen's been championing for 4 years. Let's pass the anonymous reporting system, but let's not take magazines out of the hands of law-abiding citizens. That's not going to do anything. It's more political theater and rhetoric to talk to your base and rally the troops at the No Kings rally, and it's frustrating.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Johnson P.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, there is a gun violence problem in this country and in this state. And hopefully at some level, we can all agree on that. And to some of the points that were made, there's no single piece of legislation we will ever pass that solves every single possible scenario or problem, but there are things that we can and should be doing. Serving on public safety and education finance, we've heard a number of different solutions or aspects or ideas to solve those problems. And banning high-capacity magazines was one of them that we have heard. And we have heard folks argue against that, at the same time arguing that instead we should invest in hardening our schools, adding things like bulletproof glass, reinforced walls, and reinforced doors. What are we hardening our schools against? It is bullets fired from semi-automatic weapons through high-capacity magazines. I want to thank Jackie Flavin and Mike Moisky for coming to the Public Safety Committee and testifying. I cannot begin to imagine how difficult that was. And for those of you that don't know, those are Harper's parents. And Harper, as we heard, was one of the kids that was killed at the Annunciation shooting. They should know that their testimony mattered. And if you have not watched it, you should. And I want to talk just a little bit about one piece of that testimony. And Harper's mom talked about the sound a parent makes when their child dies and described it as a guttural, ancient sound that impacts everyone who hears it. That is not just a sound that you hear. It is something that you feel deep inside of you. And if you have never felt that sound before, consider yourself lucky. And I hope that you never do. For those of you that have heard that sound and felt that, I'm sorry. But I ask you to take a second and think about that moment. This is a sound that I have heard many times throughout my career. And I will remember those calls for the rest of my life. What I felt in those moments, besides the pain saturating every single thing in that space, was a desire to figure out how I could fix it. And in those moments, in those times, unfortunately, I could not do anything for those families in bringing their children back. To be clear, I'm a gun owner. This bill would impact a number of firearms that I own, a number of magazines. But passing this bill is something that we can do so that less people feel and hear that sound and the profound pain that comes with it. Thank you, members. I ask you for a green vote.
I recognize the member from Minoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, thank you for caring about this issue. I mean that. And while we might not always come down on the same side of how we get there, Representative Tabke, Representative Johnson, I think your words do mean a lot. And they mean just as much, actually, nothing could ever mean as much as Jackie and Mike's, Harper's parents who did testify in our committee. Before I was sworn in here in the legislature, I remembered a moment back in 2012, it was December 14th, that I watched on the smart board of one of my classrooms that the teacher turned on, a bunch of kids coming out of a school building in Newtown, Connecticut with their hands on their heads. because they'd just gone through and experienced a school shooting. The look of fear, uncertainty, distress, trauma. All of my friends and I, we stopped, we watched that board after we were being rowdy, rambunctious, and probably idiots like we were, but we went silent, and it stuck with me. Why did it stick with me? Because it was the first time that we'd ever recognized our own mortality in a school building. And that this was becoming a more and more common, disgusting, and sad occurrence within our schools, that people would look to do harm to the most vulnerable amongst us. 10 years later, in June of 2022, that's when Uvalde happened. I wasn't elected yet. I wasn't sworn in yet. I was in the middle of a campaign. But I knew that if I did get sworn in, I'd want to do something about this issue. And one of the things that I remember sticking out to me, drawing me to tears, in the press conference at the White House after this issue occurred, was a story about Maita Ulayance. She was shot in the Uvalde school shooting, and the only way that they could identify that 10-year-old girl was by the self-painted green on her Converse shoes with smiley faces. That's what her parents had to identify her. It broke me. I didn't know how to react. I just knew something needed to be done. And Representative Tabke, you said it. Let's just get something done. You said those exact words. Representative Greenman, do something to make it right. I agree with you. I came in 2023, brand new to this legislative body, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and thinking that despite political differerences, we could find a way to get something done, to do something to make it right. So I set out to do that. I toured a Lakeville school, which just so happens to be amongst the safest in the nation, because they've recognized that bad people, that evil people will seek to do harm to the most vulnerable amongst us. And whether this bill were to pass or not, I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. And I wanted everybody to be able to come to the table and agree to that, at least. That we could put something into effect regardless of the fact that there are differences of opinion when it comes to gun rights, what people should be eligible to purchase or own or buy or sell or possess, but that we could get to some sort of consensus as to how we do something to make it right. And what I came up with was a bill to put $100 million worth of safety equipment into schools, to have crisis response buttons, emergency lockdown activation equipment, and technology that would make a school a ghost town should anybody want to do harm to our schools. And I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that came and took time out of their day, even in the interims, to go and tour that school. Representative Francis Clardy, Representative Norris, Representative Curran. We don't always get along, but I know you cared about that too. You signed onto that bill in 2023. There's so many faces across the room that I've had great conversations with about how we could do something about this issue, because it means a hell of a lot to me. And on August 27th, just this past summer, I remember waking up, I was hanging out with my kid, I was hanging out with my wife, and I turned on the news, and the tears came again. Because I felt like I'd failed the one thing that I wanted to do in this place. I'm not here much longer. This is the one thing I wanted to do. I wanted to get something done for this. I listened to Jackie and Mike. Our 30-minute meeting on Zoom went much longer than that. And I know I've come up and I've pestered so many of you about this issue, probably to the point of being nauseated at times. But I think that there is something that we can do. Let's start with the thing that doesn't divide us. Let's start with the thing that can get done, because in 2023, with an $18.5 billion surplus, I was told it was too expensive. I don't think that there should be a price tag on what we'd be willing to pay to put our kids into a safe school. I don't think that there should be one, conservative or not. You tell me a number, I'll pay it happily. I think a lot of people on this side of the aisle would too. I had Moms Demand Action and the NRA on board with this bill. I was so happy about that they could stand up at a podium together and say that they were going to be on board with something like this about protecting kids despite their differences on gun legislation. I thought it would be transformative. Couldn't get a hearing, fell on deaf ears. I was told it was making prisons out of schools, didn't want that. Nobody wants that. But now we're standing here today and we're right back to square one, the rinse, wash, repeat of what happens after these tragedies occur. We revert right back to our talking points. We revert right back to the same partisan jabs and blows that we've been engaging in since the first time that this ever occurred back in Colorado. I think that we can be the state that moves past those partisan divides. I think that we can be the state that says that we want to transcend the nonsensical political debates that last about 10 days before fading off into the history of previous news cycles. Because we've done a lot of that. My generation's experienced a lot of that. We've sat through a lot of the debates about it's the guns, it's not the guns, it's the person. And then, naturally, the next thing comes along, and we grab onto those headlines. But there are kids right now that could be protected. There are kids right now in the state of Minnesota that still remember the headlines from Annunciation on August 27th. They still remember the stories of Maita and her green shoes. And they're going to remember what their representatives did to try to transcend those political lines, or if they just engaged in the same noise. I am begging this body to set aside the noise. I'm begging this body to look outside of themselves and the political narratives that they've engaged in or that we've engaged in on our side for decades on this issue. To do something that's real, that's transformative, that can say we're moving ahead with something tangible. Because I think we can all rally around the protection of our kids. Thank you for caring about this issue. Thank you to my side of the aisle for caring about this issue and engaging me in those same dialogues and discussions. Let's find a way to transcend it. That's all I got. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Ream.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Representative Brad Tapke for bringing this bill forward. I am on the House Public Safety Committee, and we did receive a number of letters from the families who were affected by the shooting. And I know we're being accused of political theater, so I just want to read this letter. I'm going to leave out the names of the children because I don't think they need to be identified. Dear Representative Ream, both of my daughters, age 10 and age 8 at the time, are survivors of the horrific school shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis on August 27, 2025. It is a day my family will never fully put behind us. My oldest daughter was close friends with Harper Moisky, one of the children killed in the August 27th shooting, and her bedroom is full of pictures with her and Harper just being kids, hanging out at school, playing volleyball, or going to the mall and Dave and Buster's. She is mentioned constantly in our house and among her friends, and we miss her. My 10-year-old daughter was sitting one row in front of Harper during the shooting, right in the thick of the gunfire, and she hid under the church pews to avoid the gunfire, as 116 AR-15 bullets and 4 shotgun blasts were fired at her and her classmates. She is still unwilling or unable to tell me everything that she saw, but she has told me about seeing Principal DeBoer laying on the ground holding Fletcher as he died. My 8-year-old was sitting on the far side of the church from the shooting, and her class was able to escape down to the basement when the shooting started. My kids talk about shootings as if they are war veterans, and in a way they are. Of course, they are elementary age school children, not war veterans, so this is a terrible absurdity. My kids are still unwilling to go back into the church, and I don't blame them. Fortunately, the church has held services such as Christmas Eve service in the school for the school's families. It is far too easy for people with malicious intent to get access to weapons that can quickly and easily carry out mass shootings. I am a gun owner and recognize that most gun owners are responsible gun owners. But there is no reason people need to have access to semi-automatic military-style assault rifles or high-capacity magazines. I've seen and experienced the pain and the suffering that mass shootings inflict. My family's pain and suffering is only a fraction of what the Moiskis, Merkels, and other families have gone through. The fun or enjoyment to be gained from recreationally shooting military-style assault rifles with high-capacity magazines is insignificant when compared against the horrors of losing your child in a school shooting. I would love to be at tomorrow's hearing to show my support of the bills in person, but I will instead be at my kids' therapy sessions regarding the PTSD they suffer from as a result of the August 27th shooting. They are making progress. It is incremental progress, but it's progress. Please vote yes on House File 3433 and House File 3402 and help prevent another Minnesota family and community from having to go through what my family and my community have gone through and continues to go through. I recognize these bills will not prevent all gun violence or mass shootings, but it is a concrete, meaningful step that will reduce the prevalence and lethality of mass shootings.
I recognize a member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this bill will not solve one problem. And I already told you that's one of my pet peeves as a legislator, is to put forth legislation that won't fix a problem. So criminals are going to keep their high-capacity magazines, which is over 10 rounds. As a matter of fact, you can make your own high-capacity magazines. Because you might say, well, we're going to not let the gun dealers sell them. It doesn't matter. Google it. I just did it again. I've done it before. You can make your own high-capacity magazine. It's not going to solve a problem. But I tell you what it will do. It's going to put every law-abiding gun owner in this state and turn them into a criminal, a felon. And that's not fair to them. That's our deer hunters. That's our gun enthusiasts, the target shooters, all those things. You'll do that, you'll turn them into felons, and it won't solve a problem. I took the time with my colleague, Representative Mueller, to go visit one of those families of the Annunciation terrible tragedy. And I'm not going to name them because I don't want to use them, and they said they do not want to be used politically. They're just here to solve problems. And my heart broke when I went there. As a former teacher who had students of that age, it's incredibly heartbreaking. We'll never forget that. But we have to come together to solve problems, and that's what this family said. At least find some common ground. So members, I want to share with you that in the Education Policy Committee, we did find some common ground. We're not going to find common ground here with this capacity or magazine capacity ban that's not going to solve a single problem except turn legal, law-abiding gun owners into felons. But in our Education Policy Committee, we have heard bills that can make schools safer and make our students safer. Representative Engen spoke about that also. But in our committee, one of the bills that we heard was on an anonymous reporting system. It's a Sandy Hook initiative. They came and testified. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it's her bill. It's something that would help make our schools safer. It's a step. It would not only help with the violence issues, but with suicides, any kind of violence. We worked together, both sides of the aisle in that committee, to come up with a bill that we could all support. The first time it was heard was February 25th, I believe. It was going to come up in our Education Policy Committee just a week ago. And lo and behold, the day that it was going to come up, the agency came in and said, oh, can't do that. It's going to cost money. It's got a fiscal cost. Don't we call that death by fiscal note? We've all had it happen. We argued, and in the bill it says that the agency, it was for a modest report. It's not even due until 2029. We said the agency can absorb that cost. And we gave lots of good examples, and I won't go into them. And they can absorb that cost. But no, can't do that bill. And so the bill was withdrawn. That saddened me greatly because it was a bipartisan initiative where we can find common ground, which is what people want us to do, at least agree upon the things we can find common ground. It doesn't always have to be the political battle. I get it. We have political battles, but this is an area we can agree upon. So the bill was withdrawn. Schools could have, Sandy Hook's willing to give grants. They're waiting to give grants to schools, and we don't pass this bill. Well, lo and behold, just I believe it was today, the fiscal note came back for that bill. And guess what? You know how much it costs? $0. Why aren't we bringing that bill up? Representative Nadeau, he's not there right now, but he brought the same bill up, the same language we were going to pass, and the committee voted it down on a partisan basis because it was going to cost money. Well, it doesn't cost money. Why don't we bring up House File 3764, Representative Nadeau's anonymous reporting systems? That's something that will help keep our kids safer and our staff safer that we can all agree upon. And members, I'm tired of the constant political battling that happens that stops us from finding common ground like we found in education policy. That is wrong. People want us to come together on the things we can agree upon. But no, we've got elections coming up, we've got this, we've got that, so we have to just battle it and push our own narratives. We need to stop that. We need to find common ground. So I sure hope that we'll bring up House File 3764, because I think we could light that board up green with that bill and help keep our students and families safer. Let's do the right thing, members. Let's do something that will really help solve the problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Speaker. Annunciation is in Representative Greenman's community. It's also in my community. Annunciation is blocks away from Mount Olivet Lutheran Church in Minneapolis. It's the church where I was baptized, where I taught Sunday school, and where you'll find me sitting most every Sunday morning. It's also where I learned about the concept of vocation, that we are called for good. And at Mount Olivet, an important part of every service is that we pray by name and age for every member of our congregation who has died in the previous week. Now, Mount Olivet is a pretty old congregation. We mostly hear of folks in their 80s and 90s, sometimes even over 100. So I cannot tell you how my blood ran cold on that August morning when the pastor said the name Fletcher Merkel, age 8. Mount Olivet is also where Fletcher's celebration of life happened. You were there, Madam Speaker. And members, not hardly a week goes by where I am not sitting in that church thinking about that service. Thinking about the Cathedral of the Pines camp songs that we sang at that service. And the one I am thinking about right now is the last song that every camper sings at chapel. I will not be afraid. I will not be afraid. I will look upward and travel onward and not be afraid. Folks, this is our chance to show that we will not be afraid, that we will not be afraid to do the right thing and save lives, that we will not be afraid of the political blowback, that we will not be afraid to change our minds. And I'm also thinking of something that happened more recently. I was in the retiring room one day getting a cup of coffee, and a colleague confronted me about a vote we had taken in a committee. And he said, when a kid dies, I'm going to look at all of you and tell you, you could have stopped this. Madam Speaker, with every fiber of my being, I am making that same promise today, because what we are talking about today is that gun violence is the #1 killer of children in this country. We don't even have to say when. Annunciation is our when. Fletcher and Harper are our when. Members, you can stop this. We must stop this.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. This is terribly sad for our state, for all the families at Annunciation. I feel horrible. Mother of 5, grandma of 2. Before we moved back to Minnesota, we lived in Wisconsin, and our children did go to Catholic school. So all of this story is, it's unbearable. And Minnesotans are tired. We've heard this over and over. Minnesotans are tired of the political rhetoric that is happening here, happening in these chambers, and the inability of us to get good work done. This body, we were coming to almost a complete standstill, being in a tie and not being able to work together to pass common sense legislation, and it is frustrating. It is very, very frustrating to see this. We all agree, we want children to be safe in schools. And what we need to really break down is people are sick of the politics. People want solutions. People want us to get things done. And that's why this makes me even more sad, is how this has turned into such a deeply political issue from the very moment that it happened. When children were still in surgery, on the news, I could see people gathering outside that were wearing anti-gun t-shirts, making this political just moments after. Children were still in surgery, and members of the Democrat political party, Walz and Frey, did a press conference. And they're immediately demanding to ban guns. Members, we need to have honest conversations. Are we willing to have honest conversations about what causes a tragedy like this? Mental health, drugs, both prescription and non-prescription. Jumping to the conclusion that it is a gun is completely irresponsible. This has been politicized. How do we know? Governor Walz threatened over and over that he would have a special session, that he was going to force Republicans to come into this House chamber and to make us vote on guns. His quote was he was going to make us take a bad vote on guns. Why? Because this is political, folks. You know it. It wasn't about solutions. Governor Walz's own words was to make us take a bad vote. Well, do you know who can call a special session in this state? One person. Governor Walz. So why didn't he? Why did he not call us back into this chamber and make us take that vote that he swore to the Minnesota public that he would make Republicans take to ban guns? And the answer is, the Democrats don't have the votes. The Democrats don't have the votes to pass the legislation that they're doing right now. This is completely political theater. Madam Speaker, this is political theater because if they wanted this vote, Walz could have called us in on the special session and the vote could have been done then. We use words, or we hear the Democrats use words like assault rifle, military-style weapon, which is meant to scare the public. The A stands for automatic, not assault. Representative Tapke told us that 70% of the public would like us to ban guns. But what the public doesn't know is that this bill is for 10 rounds. 10 rounds, which you can Google and would make almost every handgun that every law-abiding citizen in Minnesota has illegal. So it's very convenient that the words they use is high capacity, military style, assault weapon, when we're talking about the average handgun that every Minnesotan legally owns and now would be banned under this law. It is irresponsible, Representative Tapke. It is deceptive. And yes, it is political theater, Minnesota. But I do believe we all want to protect children. I do believe we all want to protect children if we could stop turning everything into guns. So the Republicans, we have offered several bills. Madam Speaker, would Representative Duran stand for a question?
Representative Duran will yield to a question. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is, Representative Duran, you had HF 3492 and HF 3495. That was some sort of school safety bills. And could you please tell us very briefly what they were and what was the result of those bills?
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much for that question. It's in regards to school safety and providing monies to schools to help with that. So.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If Representative Duran would continue to yield, my
Representative Duran, will you yield? Representative Altendorf, he will continue to yield.
Specifically,
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Specifically, the question is, what happened to those bills in the committee.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
What order of business are we on, Madam Speaker?
The motion that we are on is a recall to place on the general register, House File 3402. Representative Altendorf. Representative Duran.
Those bills were laid over.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to speed this up, I will go on. So Representative Duran had HF 3492. He also had HF 3495. Those bills stopped moving forward in the committee. They were laid over. And also, we have Representative Lawrence, which I won't ask you to yield. I'll just keep moving along. But you also had HF 3493 and HF 3494. And Minnesotans, I want to tell you, Minnesota legislature, we have a great website. Look up these bills. Look up the bills and look up the bills that the Republicans have offered for school safety and that have been held up. Why? Minnesotans, why were these bills held up? Because we were offering funding for safety for public and private schools. Private schools. Annunciation being a private school, the Democrats would not pass a school safety bill out of our Education Finance Committee if we were funding both public and private schools. We do have solutions. We do want to help children, all of us. All of us never want to see this happen again. But Representative Greenman, when she says that we just need to try, we just need to do something. When Representative Tapke says, get something done, we just need to get something done. How can you say this is not political when they stopped bills for school safety to protect our precious children because Republicans want to fund both public and private schools? This is political theater, and we need to get stuff done here in Minnesota. Minnesotans are tired of this.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, there's a lot more than this that I would like to do on gun violence prevention. And whatever you may say about political this, political that, if you just strip all of that away, and just look at the data on this issue, banning high-capacity magazines, look at it. Where states that have done it, there's about a half as many fatalities due to mass shootings. This is the one thing. This is not banning a gun. It's just saying let's have some sensible amount of bullets that can be fired over and over again. This is something I hope we can find ways to work together on. This is something that the data is strong on, so please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Nobles, Representative Fogelman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is not about anything but the Second Amendment. And what does the Second Amendment say? Shall not infringe. And why is it the Second Amendment? Because it's important. What you're doing when you are infringing on our rights is taking away my ability to defend myself or anybody else in this room. There is not any person in here that wants somebody to get hurt from gun violence. You take guns away, somebody's going to find a different way to hurt.
I'm sure that a few years ago, I think it was in 2021, there was a Christmas parade and people got ran over. I'm sure those 5 people dead and the 60 people hurt aren't demanding that we don't have vehicles anymore. And if you take away guns, what about knives? Are you going to take away knives next? Shall not infringe. If you look at the Second Amendment, it says to protect ourselves against a tyrannical government. That means that we should be able to have anything that the government has to protect ourselves. You are never going to stop somebody that wants to commit a crime. We have gun laws upon gun laws. Maybe we should look at letting our law enforcement do their jobs and hold people accountable. Maybe instead of giving everybody probation, we should hold them in prison and make them think about what they're doing. We are not going to stop criminals by stopping large magazines. So, members, please vote no.
I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 3402 would do nothing to prevent a madman from going in and shooting children, as terrible as that is. Because madmen don't care what laws we pass. You see, if this law was already in effect, that madman would just drive a half hour east of here and go get what he wanted. And that's another thing I have not heard on this House floor. You would almost think that a gun walked into a school and shot those children. That's not what happened. A madman walked into that school. Madmen go and do these things. People who are out of their mind. People who are lawless. Murderers. That's who went into that school. And this bill does nothing to stop that. Let me tell you what this bill could stop. Me from protecting my children. You see, I got a lot of honor and respect for law enforcement. But I live out in the woods. It takes law enforcement a while to get to my house. A lot of my constituents live in the same situation as I do, too. And if a madman comes to wreak havoc on my home, upon my children, well, Representative Davis, wouldn't 9 rounds be plenty enough to protect your home? No, absolutely not. And God forbid, I hope I never have to find out if 9 rounds was enough or not. I hope I never have to find out. But if a murderer comes to my home and wants to wreak havoc in my home upon my children, I'm going to defend them with everything I've got. That's what this bill does. You see, this bill is an attack on law-abiding citizens who want to protect their homes. And here we got big government trying to dictate to the little man again what he can and can't do. We'll decide for you what's right and what's wrong. We'll decide for you how you can protect your children. You see, I want to go home to my children at the end of the day. And this bill is trying to hinder that. My good friend and colleague, Representative Fogelman, pointed this out. Shall not be infringed. It is an unalienable right. Representative Coulter, we just had a discussion yesterday in committee about unalienable rights. And I wish that side of the aisle would truly help us protect those unalienable rights. Madam Speaker, we need to vote no on this recall. That's the right thing to do, because this bill will not stop murderers and madmen. All it will do is infringe upon the rights of law-abiding citizens. That is a fact, and that is the truth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I have to agree with Representative Altendorf and Davis and Bennett. Representative Altendorf, this is political theater. This is an attempt, unfortunately, to further regulate law-abiding gun owners. Representative Davis, you're absolutely right. This bill will not stop a madman. The people that are committing the crimes that are being mentioned tonight, this bill will not stop them, Representative Tabke. I really want to believe that you mean well, and we're not supposed to go into that kind of a discussion, so I won't, but this bill won't do this. It will not stop madmen. But what this bill will do, again, is limit the rights. I'll just use my daughters for an example, or my wife, our family members, from having legal access to defend themselves. If this bill became law, 9 rounds, maybe that's enough. Maybe it's not. That's right, Representative Davis. We can go ahead and we can limit the capacity of the magazines that we currently have. That's true. Now you've just limited my family members' ability out in the woods like Representative Davis, or in a community where there may be a 5, 10, 15, 20-minute wait for law enforcement. Limiting those folks, law-abiding gun owners' right to have the tool they need to protect themselves. You're not going to stop a madman with this bill. What can we do? That's a great question, and a lot of members have spoken about an agreed position that we want to protect innocence. April 14th, 2023, a letter was submitted to Governor Walz begging that school safety dollars would be available to a non-public school. We are asking, Mr. Governor, for your assistance in making sure in Minnesota that the legislature enacts your budget recommendations of $50 million to establish the building and cybersecurity grant program and include all schools as eligible for funding. That has gone unanswered by our governor. But what do we have today? A ban that would affect law-abiding gun owners. That's what Democrats' answer is, not to answer the call of those who are begging for help. Please include us as a non-public school. Members vote no.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think there's a single person that thinks that what happened is something that we ever want to have happen again. I'll tell you that Representative Tabke started off with saying that there has been no Supreme Court ruling. There are 5 cases before them right now on this very thing, and this very month, the District of Columbia, I have to get this name right, District of Columbia v. Tyree Benson ruled that the district's ban on high-capacity magazines was unconstitutional and overturned it. All of us want to do something. And I will tell you that I did some research. Thank you, Chair Bennett. House File 3493 was a bill that would have provided school safety dollars to tribal, charter, and non-public. That bill didn't make it out of committee. That bill didn't make it here to the floor. That bill didn't get money to private schools, charter schools, didn't do anything that would help those kids. That was a choice that got made. It's a choice that Representative Heinzman just referred to as well from a couple of years ago. I know that Representative Heinzman and I have been here for a couple of years. We've tried to do this a number of times, all the way back to, I remember when former Representative Loon was here and tried to do the very same thing. And it didn't go anywhere. We've been trying. And the argument presupposes that another law is going to prevent a mad person from doing something like what happened. That's the whole logical progression of the argument, is that another law will stop this. That's faulty logic. Because you can drive over to Hudson, Wisconsin, you can drive down to Iowa, visit Representative Scott's family down there maybe. You can go to North Dakota, South Dakota, you can go to a lot of places and acquire these things. And you've heard me talk about just the black market of illegal guns, but if this were to become law, there's going to be an underground black market of high-capacity magazines that will be provided by criminals, purchased by criminals, and used by criminals to commit crime. And I just wish that a logical argument could be had relative to this, because it's a really impractical argument to say, we're going to do this, and then this is all going to stop. Think of how many laws we both make here, but also update here because the punishments haven't been done, or we hear folks like the prosecutors around the state, like Mary Moriarty, who won't even prosecute certain things. We make the law and then it doesn't get upheld. Once again, it presupposes that something is going to get done by somebody who doesn't respect or listen to the law. We've had crime for a long time. We've had murders since Cain and Abel. This could have been done with 3493. There could have been money sent to private schools, non-public schools, tribal schools. Could have been done way back when my friend Jennifer Loon was here. But it wasn't, and you have to ask why. You know, the other arguments have been made as to the impracticality of now taking hundreds of thousands of these magazines out of the hands of Minnesotans by force. That's not something that I'm signing up for. I'm voting no on this. But once again, gut check. Will this do what you're trying to get it to do? It will not. If criminals paid attention to the laws, we wouldn't have people that work in law enforcement. We wouldn't need to. We'd just pass a new law and say, well, everyone's going to listen to this and it's all going to be good. That's not how it works. So, members, I urge a no vote on this. From a logical perspective, it's not going to do what you think it will do. Members, vote no.
I recognize the member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot said this evening, so I won't make this too long. Obviously, a tragedy like this nobody wants to see happen. And if this law could have avoided that, then the question is, why wasn't it passed a few years ago? You see, under the trifecta, any gun law could have been passed in this state. As a matter of fact, there was high-capacity bans in some of the gun bills that were presented or written up. So why wasn't it done then? If now all of a sudden this would have stopped something, why wasn't it done when you had the control to do everything? So it's been mentioned many times tonight, political theater. Exactly. It would have put certain members of the opposition party at risk with their next election. It wasn't politically advantageous to pass those bills at that time and risk losing seats. That's the truth. That's the political theater. If they really would have saved lives, it would have been done. But like I said, that's why those bills weren't passed. And now, because of the dynamics coming up with another election, it's being brought up to have bad votes taken or to make the other side look, or make us look bad. It's not a serious piece of legislation because they know it wouldn't make any difference. It's tragic that this is the political games that take place. Truth be told, I have many of those quote-unquote high-capacity magazines. And when I'm not there with my family, I want my wife and my children to be able to protect themselves and use extreme prejudice to protect themselves. Whether that's a 10, 20, 30-round mag, I don't care. But do not restrict my ability to defend myself or my family's ability to defend themselves. Keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's very clear. Stop playing the political games. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative DePel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go real quick here because I know everybody's tired. They've heard everything at this point. But I thought I had one other thing to offer, and that is I am the co-founder and board chair of a school exactly like Annunciation. And so the question is, how do we defend ourselves? Well, we didn't get support, as was spoken about, through all the other bills that were offered. And I sit on the Education Policy and Education Finance Committee, so I heard them, and I heard many bills many times, multiple times. And the question is practically, again, how does a school like the one whom I'm going to likely be late to the board meeting for this evening, who makes these decisions, literally, we make these decisions, how do we protect ourselves? We don't get a school resource officer. It's not theoretical. It's not a theoretical idea of who gets to carry however many bullets for us. It's how do I protect children if they're cornered in a classroom and being massacred by a crazy person? So these things, they have real consequences. I don't believe that a crazy person is going to say, you know, I just heard that the legislature passed a bill, and I guess I can't bring this. I just don't think that's going to happen. That sounds illogical to me that they would reason that way because they're already being unreasonable. So what we have to do specifically is we need to count on volunteers. And we have to hope that there's enough people who have taken their carry classes or are already law enforcement officers that are available at that time. We tried to pass funding for private schools and public schools, private and public. But those weren't passed. We've been through that ad nauseum. I thought it was important to tell all the members of the chamber here something that somebody actually has to live through. Now, Annunciation is an absolute tragedy. I have friends that I went to Bible study with 20 years ago, have their children enrolled there. One of them gave a eulogy at the funeral for Fletcher. I spoke to them at length, both before, during, and after that committee hearing. Critical, important things to consider, without question. But we have to be practical and logical with the resources that we have. We heard bills that would have made the individuals who are protecting these schools keep their guns locked in a box in their cars. How are they supposed to protect their kids? What happens if a school shooter comes in and starts shooting these children again? Are they supposed to somehow pass by that shooter unscathed and hope that they can get to the gun that's in their vehicle locked in a box? Why would we make a law-abiding individual lock their gun in a box when not one time in the history of America, I looked all this stuff up, I wanted to be right on this and I want you all to have the right information on it. Not one time has a legal carrying adult ever had their gun taken from them in a school. Not one time. So I would just ask the question again, how are those individuals supposed to protect the kids? And we don't want our schools to be turned into prisons, and I applaud Representative Engen, and I have the same sentiment. We truly should work together for these students. Everybody, 134 representatives in this chamber, love children and want to see them thrive in schools, every single one. But we have to be able to protect them too at the same time. And sometimes laws have unintended consequences. And the unintended consequence would not only be that we didn't fund public and private schools for these security measures, we would be further disarming the individuals that would be protecting the exact type of school that we're debating about right now. It just seems wild to me. And I understand, I think much of this wasn't really considered greatly within committee hearings, and I would also concur that committee hearings are the place to work out these fine details. And it's also probably why when we do stuff like this, it doesn't pass off the floor, because it should be dealt with in committee, where people can look in greater detail. I would ask that we put students first, though this is, again, I know the other side of the aisle wants to do this too. I know they do. I know you all do. But with this issue, we have to be so careful because we're talking about children's lives. We have to be so thoughtful because we're talking about children's lives. And we have to make sure that a law that we're trying to pass right now doesn't have negative, unintended consequences for them. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The horrific crime that happened at Annunciation is every parent's worst nightmare. I know I speak for everyone who has kids in school age. I know I've spoken with you, Madam Speaker, about your experience in dealing with your kids in a school shooting. It's horrific, and I really want to salute all of the Annunciation parents and really everyone who comes to the legislature dealing with their tragedy in a desire not to undo the tragic thing that's happened to them, but a desire to do something to help someone else avoid that tragedy. That's very, very noble, and I appreciate everyone who does that, including the Annunciation parents, who disagree with different approaches to this. We need to do something. We need to do what we can to make all of our kids safe. And House Republicans in early September came forward with our agenda on what we thought we could do in a divided legislature, not only in a divided legislature, but things that would actually work, things that would actually make a difference. We came out in early September and said we're for expanding school safety funding to non-public schools, like what the Catholic Conference, including Annunciation, had asked for in 2023, asking for non-public schools to get funding for security, the same kind of security that public schools get to private schools, because every single student in Minnesota deserves to be safe, no matter where their parents decide to send them to school. We're asking for school security grants, including new technological approaches like the SHIELD Act. We're asking for flexibility for school funding. We're asking for school resource officers in every school. We're asking for mental health support that will help deal with the types of problems that would make a person so crazy that they think it's a good idea to go into a school and shoot up a bunch of kids during Mass. And we need to deal with gun crimes, actually deal with gun crimes, making repeat gun offenders and straw purchasers accountable. And I wish there was an easy button. I know everyone, if there was just a simple solution, do this, pass this law that makes this thing illegal, there'd be a lot of support for it. If it worked, this isn't going to work. And what's really disappointing is that even though there are things that would make a difference, that should be able to get bipartisan support, we've heard over and over again, and House Republicans have pushed forward these solutions and other solutions, like Representative Nadeau's anonymous threat reporting system. And we've run into roadblocks on the things that we should be able to come together on. In fact, the governor, even in his supplemental budget, said he continues to advocate for something he advocated last year, and this side of the aisle blocked. He continues to advocate for zeroing out the funding to non-public schools that goes to nurses and mental health. Members, non-public schools, when you talk about Annunciation, the governor is advocating for taking away every dollar of state funding that currently goes to every non-public school for mental health and medical. Why can't we come together and say, we're going to make sure that every school, including Annunciation, including charter schools, wherever a parent chooses to send their kid, is going to get mental health funding, is going to get school safety funding. But instead, we have to talk about a bill that's not going to work. And let's be honest, when the words high-capacity magazine are used, we're talking about standard capacity magazines. Every semi-automatic pistol that's sold in America that Representative Heinzman's wife or daughter or my wife, anyone uses to defend themselves against someone like the criminal that decided to shoot up Annunciation, or any other criminal that's being let back out onto the street in Minneapolis or St. Paul. Every single person who owns one of those, it's a piece of plastic or metal with a spring in it. You own that, you're a criminal if this law passes. And the state hopes that the bad guys are going to abide by it. But every single law-abiding citizen becomes a criminal instantly when this passes. It's likely unconstitutional, and frankly, I think you'll understand if we're a little skeptical, Representative Tabke, when you say it's constitutional. Most of us were here a couple years ago when the Democrat trifecta passed a whole bunch of laws that all got struck down. A bunch of them got struck down. The state attorney general office was just in the Minnesota Court of Appeals this week, admitting that your omnibus bill is unconstitutional, and at least the gun provision should get struck down. They're hoping that the whole thing doesn't get struck down. There are at least 3 laws that were passed in the trifecta that are currently struck down in federal court. So we're a little skeptical when you assure us that this is constitutional. Representative Nash laid that out pretty well, but it's not going to work. Australia and Canada both have high-capacity magazine bans. Since Annunciation, there were mass shootings in both of those places. They have all the gun laws that Democrats want to pass this year, which, by the way, Democrats didn't pass in the trifecta. I think that's been pointed out. But this is a distraction, members. We could come together on real bipartisan solutions to help kids in Minnesota schools, solutions that would work. When the governor said he was going to call a special session, Republicans said, here's what we would pass in a special session. And what happened? Governor didn't call a special session. We've come back here, we've put forward solutions that would work, and Democrats are blocking them over and over again because they insist on the solutions on the bills that won't. Members, let's get back to our work. Let's do real work that's going to make a real difference to Minnesotans. This bill isn't it. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor of representing many Annunciation families in my district. Annunciation is a core part of our community in Southwest Minneapolis. I attended both the funeral of 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel and 10-year-old Harper Moisky, and I'll never forget the experience of watching their friends grieve together, hug one another. Our community, Representative Greenman and I, our shared Southwest and South Minneapolis communities, tied ribbons to every single tree they could get their hands on in the colors of Annunciation School. We put up lawn signs saying our heart is with Annunciation. After the tragedy, I was invited by a constituent to speak to Fletcher Merkel's 3rd grade class. They were doing a unit on civics. They had come up to tour the Capitol. I love those visits. I love going to schools. I take as many as I can. And I always ask the kids the same question, which is, what do you want me to work on at the Capitol? So I asked this 3rd grade class what they wanted me to work on. And the first response was, would really like there to be less poverty. Can you try to help poor people? And then a second kid said, can we have longer recess? Which is one I get a lot. And then one student raised their hand and said, could we try to have fewer school shootings? And that question struck me because they were just assuming that there would be more school shootings. They just wanted fewer of them. And then another student chimed in and said, and I don't want to take away guns from people, but can we take away the ones that hurt the most people? These are 3rd graders who are having to think these thoughts, having to process what has happened to their classmate who is no longer there. And they're not alone. In the United States, gun violence is the leading cause of death for kids. There are lots of classrooms like that across the United States. This topic is controversial in here, I know that, but it is not controversial with Minnesotans. 64% of Minnesotans support this, 62% of independents. Representative Novotny said earlier that school shooters are going to shoot until they're stopped. The Annunciation shooter went through 4 magazines of ammunition in 2 minutes, firing 116 rounds. They had more magazines in hand. If in those 2 minutes they hadn't been able to fire 116 rounds, guess what? Fewer kids would have been hit with bullets. It is common sense. If you fire more bullets in a shorter amount of time, you are going to do more damage. So this works. And guess what? In the states that have this in place, research and evidence shows 135% more are shot and 57% more people are killed in states that don't ban large capacity magazines than those that do. We have tried to move these bills through committee. Those votes have failed. Tomorrow is the committee deadline. This vote matters. It's our opportunity to make sure we are meeting deadline in the House. If you think this bill needs work, that's okay. We can amend it. This isn't the last stop. But the deadline's tomorrow, and this is our chance. There are some votes up here in my time that matter more than others, and this is one of them. There are some votes up here that are votes of conscience. I have seen members on our side cross over the aisle when they disagreed. I have seen members on your side cross over the aisle when you disagreed. I think of the vote to legalize gay marriage, which was a bipartisan vote. I think of the vote to prohibit conversion therapy, which was a bipartisan vote. I think of the 2019 driver's license for all, which was a bipartisan vote. I know that gun issues often divide along party lines, but in many of our districts, our constituents want this to happen. And I ask us all to put on our title of representative first, to represent those who sent us here. And I ask you to think about the Annunciation parents. If they are brave enough to come here to share their pain, to share their loss, then certainly we can be brave enough to answer the call about what our communities are asking. To those who say this wouldn't stop school shootings, that it wouldn't matter, I ask you to listen to the words of Jesse Merkel, the father of Fletcher, who said, "Our family has been ripped apart. I know this bill won't fix all these problems, but it's shameful to not even try. Please, members, please vote green."
I recognize the maker of the motion, Representative Tabke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you, everybody, for this discussion. We've been talking for a while now, and there's been a lot of look over here, look over there, a lot of you can go to Wisconsin and get magazines. There's been a lot of but this and but that, and obfuscation, and talking about the fact that we salute the Annunciation parents, but we're not treating this tragedy like a tragedy. This is something that can be done. This is not something that will prevent a madman from murdering kids and injuring 30. As you listen to my statements from the beginning, I was never saying that this would stop every single thing that would happen. I was not saying this would stop everything that could happen. What we're trying to do with this bill is to save people's lives by giving them time. Taking a pause, giving them time. We are not infringing on folks' rights, and I absolutely, completely, and totally reject the irresponsible notion that this is something that cannot be done. It is absolutely something that we as a body can move forward today. It is, it boggles my mind, frankly, as we had conversations this summer about gun safety and gun violence and just what the hell we were going to do about it and how we as a state can do something to meet the moment and get somewhere forward. And today, we've heard a lot about the governor said this, another person said that, another bill to do this, another bill to do that. What we have in front of us today is simply a very small slice of something to gain time. Something to gain time for people to seek safety, for people to seek shelter. And I beg folks to vote for this bill. We have such a gun violence problem in Minnesota. It's going to take a lot to get things done, but this is one small slice of safety that we can provide folks. Again, I will reiterate, in the suburbs, 79% of folks want something to get done on gun violence. 69% of Minnesotans statewide want something to get done. And I just, again, fundamentally reject the notion that we can't do anything about this, because we can. This is something that we absolutely can and must do. And so I will thank you all, ask for a green vote, beg someone to help move this forward and to help continue on this path for helping to do something about gun violence in Minnesota. In Shakopee, we have a large group of nuns. In Mankato, they shut down a convent, and a bunch of the nuns moved to Shakopee. And so I get to talk to them often. They send me little notes of encouragement every once in a while, and it's wonderful. And I really, really appreciate having them in my community and as constituents, whether we agree or disagree on issues. And this is an issue where they're constantly sending me little emails, and I smile at them every single time I get one, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. After the public safety hearing, I had one of the nuns send me a note that said, "Brad, I listened to your closing comments as well as the tally of the ayes and noes. I am ready to weep. I ask you please to recognize the sacrifice and recognize the work that Parents of Annunciation and everyone has been doing on gun violence. And don't make them weep more. Give them hope, give them things that we can do, move this to the next step, and vote green today." Thank you, members.
Members, as a reminder, we are under call. You must vote. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Go ahead.
Jones, aye.
Jones votes aye. Rarick.
Burke votes no.
Rarick votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, West moves that House File Number 4277 be recalled from the Committee on Children and Families, Finance and Policy, be given its second reading, be placed on the general register.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative West, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 4277 is Harvey's Law. And Harvey was almost 1 year old when he was suffocated at a child care center. And the Friday before that happened, their 911 was called because another child was found, a different baby was found not breathing. And they didn't know why. The following Monday, that same child was found not breathing again. And their parents came and took them home, and thankfully they were all right. But that same day, Harvey was literally suffocated. 3 different times, this individual put their hands on infants to harm them. And the 3rd time, they took a life. And because there were no cameras to document what happened, they were able to take a life. They had no idea what was happening, because who could ever imagine somebody deliberately suffocating an infant? Especially when they are the very person who is supposed to care for them. My daughter Sybil, among several other children, were abused at another daycare. Thankfully, the perpetrators both have felony convictions right now. They abused babies over months. Sybil's daycare did have cameras, so this was able to be discovered, and no baby lost their life. They didn't have to lose their life to know something was going on. But because they only retained the footage for 7 days, even the infant who had their leg fractured, they couldn't get felony convictions on Sybil or other, but they were able to get at least 2 felony convictions on one and 1 felony conviction on the other, because there were 2 perpetrators. And that one child that their charges went through to felony convictions, the only reason was because in that week of footage, they had that. They had a week of footage. But the doctor said the baby with the fractured leg, that happened several weeks ago. House File 4277 requires any child care center that receives taxpayer dollars to have cameras in their infant and toddler rooms. Because they can't speak for themselves. I'd love to see cameras in every room, but we're trying to minimize the impact on centers. So we keep it to just infant and toddler rooms. And it requires them to retain their footage for 28 days. This is something that we've debated. We debated it last year. We debated it this year. We made so many changes in the first edition that was passed last year to require cameras in infant and toddler rooms in centers with maltreatment violations, to require CCTV so they can be more secure, require data and audit trails on the data, on the footage that's retained, put money in a fund so centers could apply and have money to afford those cameras.
And it is a relatively minor cost of a couple $1,000s, and then an ongoing cost of around $60 a month. And ever since it happened to my family, this has been my mission. And I thought I could just sit and let what was passed last year work, see how it goes, until Harvey. This bill has bipartisan support in the Senate. I've talked to so many people here on both sides of the aisle that agree with the bill. I have heard it over and over again. I've even heard that we should expand this to every room, every child care, everywhere. And honestly, I would like that too. But we have to work in incremental steps. We've had a lot of talk today about a lot of different bills. A lot of politics, of course. This is the most important thing to me anyways. And my hope is that we can move this from the committee to the floor, because it did fail to pass out of committee. It's only a paragraph bill, but we move it from committee to the floor. And, you know, this isn't one of those bills that everybody knows about that's going to be on, you know, that's going to affect the next election like we've heard of so many of these other bills. But if, I don't know, if the last bill, for example, is a deeply partisan issue that we've discussed 1,000 times, sincerely. But prior to that, House File 3435, you know, that the federal immigration enforcement issue, like, I agree with many of you on the other side of the aisle, that was not handled well. And I'm glad Tom Homan is cleaning it up, and in particular, with what's happening in D.C., they're reinstating the policy on federal immigration officers entering sensitive areas like churches, synagogues, and whatnot. I honestly, if you can work with me here, I can work with you on that. And I mean it. So if I could just get one, preferably everyone, we don't even need a roll call or anything like that, to move this forward just to the general register. We can continue to work on it prior to a vote on the floor. I would be willing to reconsider that and have it follow suit, House File 3435. Because so often we just get obsessed with getting votes here. And, you know, we've been talking for hours just to get votes, just to get votes, just to get votes. And that's not what this is about. So I'd ask you to join me. Thank you.
Further discussion to the motion? I recognize Representative Carly Katiza-Watun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, first, I want to again share my deepest condolences to the families that have shared their stories of abuse and loss with our committee. This proposal is well-intentioned, and House DFLers share the goal of protecting kids everywhere, including at child care centers. However, this proposal simultaneously goes too far and not far enough. This mandate only applies in child care centers and only in the centers that receive public funding. If cameras keep our kids safe, they should be put in all child care situations, including family child care and centers who choose not to accept public funds. On the other hand, the bill also allows centers to use cheaply made, easily hackable surveillance cameras, which would provide an ongoing stream of the most sought-after video footage on the black market of infants and children. On my desk, members, I have jackets for a task force on child care safety and surveillance. Representative Hansen brought this amendment to committee last year, brought it again to committee this year. Co-Chair West insinuated that the reason for a task force is to kill a bill. That could not be further from the truth here. If we are going to pass a first-in-the-nation surveillance mandate, we need to do it right. Last year, the Children and Families Committee worked on this first-in-the-nation camera mandate. And because of numerous concerns, particularly around child sexual abuse material and technical security issues, as well as what was initially an unfunded mandate to child care providers, we limited the scope of the mandate to those centers with active maltreatment investigations. The law hasn't even gone into effect yet. It begins July 1st of this year. We brought multiple amendments to committee, including a tiered implementation pilot program, similar to what Australia has implemented just this year. We also tried to include funding for child care centers to assist them in purchasing high-quality cameras to prevent hacking and prevent that video footage of infants and toddlers from turning into something vile, an abomination used by predators to abuse and assault our Minnesotans. It's unthinkable that our colleagues who just spoke so vociferously against pornography minutes ago would allow more potential harms to come to these children. I will forward you the 2026 AI Child Sexual Abuse Material Report from the Internet Watch Foundation. In the executive summary, they note that between 2024 and 2025, there was an increase in AI-generated child sexual abuse videos. Members, it was an increase of 26,385%. An increase in 26,000% of AI-generated child sexual abuse material. Please take the time to review the report. We need to ask ourselves, members, why doesn't a mandate like this yet exist in any other state and in hardly any other country? Is it because they have less child abuse in other states? We know that that's not the case. Is it because they care less about their children? Certainly not. It's because of the potential harms. And this bill is not the quick and easy answer to a very serious problem. Every child in Minnesota deserves to get off to a great start, and we all benefit when that happens. We should do everything that we can to keep our kids safe and not rush a proposal that cuts corners and could cause serious future harm. I invite you to consider signing on to that surveillance task force so that we can do this right. And members, I would urge a red vote on this motion. Oh, I would request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Katiza-Watun.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion to the bill? I recognize Representative West.
My purpose was not to get political. I will withdraw my motion.
The motion has been withdrawn. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, Greenman moved that House File Number 3433 be recalled from the Committee on Public Safety, Finance, and Policy, be given its second reading, and placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Hennepin. Representative Greenman, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my motion, and I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. This bill bans semi-automatic military-style assault weapons and would put us with 12 other states and that represent a third of our population of this country, who live in a state that ban these weapons of war. We have been talking a lot, and I will not read the letters and bring up all the statistics that you have heard. You have heard those here tonight. What I will say is, do not look away. We do not have to become numb to this. These weapons, 116 rounds in 2 minutes, that are murdering our children and making everybody less safe. This bill bans the sale and possession of these enumerated semi-automatic military-style assault weapons, and that include features that will increase their lethality and concealability. These weapons were designed by Eugene Stoner. They were designed for war, for the military, to effectively kill as many people as possible, as quickly as possible on the battlefield. And these assault weapons are doing what they were designed to do, killing and injuring people with ruthless efficiency, but not on the battlefield, in our schools, our grocery stores, our concerts, our workplaces, and on August 27th in the sanctuary of a church. We heard in committee from first responders and ER docs who talked in detail about what these guns and these bullets do in the body and why, and that was what they were designed to do. They were not designed to be in our communities and on our streets. So I want to read you why these weapons matter. And this isn't my testimony, it's Mike Moisky's testimony, and you heard about his daughter, Harper. I want to say something clearly that sometimes gets lost in these conversations. And as an aside, it seems like it's getting lost here. The weapons matter. We hear this phrase used, overly used. It's not the guns, it's the person. But when someone is intent on killing, chooses a weapon that is specifically designed, rapid fire, and causes catastrophic damage, the weapon absolutely matters. If the person is intent, the weapon determines the scale of the outcome. Different weapons produce different outcomes. The weapon used at Annunciation allowed a single person to turn a church into a mass casualty scene in minutes. Doctors, first responders, survivors have all told you the same thing. These high-velocity rifles tear through and destroy human bodies in ways most firearms simply do not. They were designed to maximize casualty. That design changes what happens inside a building or a body when violence begins. That is exactly what happened the morning of August 27th. We have met with researchers who specialize in school shootings and have learned that our shooters' primary objective was to inflict as much harm as possible on children. And secondly, we learned that the shooters spent a tremendous amount of time researching on this, and guess what specific gun they researched and bought to inflict harm on our children? That's right, the AR-15, and the ammunition that behaves like a missile. What happened at Annunciation shows exactly why the weapons matter. Those are Mike Moisky's words. And again, we don't need to be here all night rehashing the conversations, but I do want to remind you what we are doing here. 69% of Minnesotans want to ban assault weapons, more in the suburbs. 69%, that are people in all of our communities, and responding to those families, the survivors, and the people in our community is not political theater. It is doing our jobs. And so with this bill, we can work on it. We heard it in public safety. We heard a clone of it in judiciary. I am happy and have reached out to work on it, but we didn't see any amendments. What we heard was a whole lot of things that were not about the guns that killed Harper and Fletcher and are injuring folks in mass shootings. So members, we have a choice. We talked about that choice. We have a choice to do what's right. We have a choice to not be numb, but to take action. Or we can continue to tell families that we are sorry, but there's nothing we can do. But what we know is other countries do not have this problem. They have mental health issues. They have all sorts of other issues. And they don't have a school hardening approach. The one difference is they do not have weapons of war on their streets. We cannot look away, members. The day that the Annunciation tragedy, the principal said, when you pray, move your feet. And that's why you are hearing, that's why you have met with so many Annunciation families, that's why you're hearing for communities, from alumni, because they are praying and they are moving their feet. And this is an opportunity to move our feet with them. And I'd ask you to join us.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there has been a Supreme Court ruling on the technology argument, and it was Catano versus Massachusetts. It was released March 21st of 2016, and it argued against the finding of a lower court saying that the technology was not covered under the framers of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court, in a decision per curiam, said that that was wrong, and they upheld what was found in Heller versus DC. And what they said was that the argument that you just heard, saying that something that has a higher cycle rate or some other technological advancement was covered under the Second Amendment, particularly under Heller. And I think it's particularly important to note some of the justices that voted in that. So here's the list of the justices. Roberts, Kennedy, Clarence Thomas, Breyer, Alito, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Sonia Sotomayor, and Elena Kagan. All three of those justices said that the technology argument was not valid. They voted to uphold the Heller finding. They voted to uphold the fact that whether you're talking about an AR or a Winchester Model 1893, it was protected under the Second Amendment. It's just that simple. And I found it particularly remarkable that those three justices decided in a per curiam finding not even to bother writing a dissenting opinion, not even bothering to put up a fight. They said it's not a valid argument, and we're going to overturn the lower court finding. Again, the technology piece, I'm struggling with it, Representative Greenman, and I see you looking this up. I can send you the link for the finding if you want. Catano versus Massachusetts, 2016, March 21st. And again, the justices Bader Ginsburg, Sotomayor, and Kagan voted to overturn the technology argument that's been made. It all comes down again to the person who's using this. So I just think that that was a remarkable thing. And I've heard a number of you mention this before. I heard Leader Stevenson at the beginning of session talk about this on a radio interview, I think. I guess this part of law was not taught in law school that day, but it is a very valid finding that is important to talk about and important to recognize that the Supreme Court ruled very, very clearly that this was indeed an argument that was not going to hold up. So, members, I urge a no vote on this. It's very clear the Supreme Court has paved the way for you in this. They have laid it all out. So I would encourage you to look through that. Vote red.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Green.
Thank you so much, Speaker. During the interim, I met with a mom who had reached out to me. Her kids go to school in my district, but she lives just outside of it. And in that conversation, I had promised her that I would share a letter from her daughter on the floor if we ever talk about guns and what happened at Annunciation. And I reached out to her today, and I asked her, once again, I wanted to make sure I had permission to share this letter. And this is what she said, the mom. She said, "She deserves meaningful change. Thank you for listening to her and standing up for her and all of the kids at Annunciation." Madam Speaker, can you help with the sound and the...
Members, please take your conversations to the alcoves. Representative Green.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think one of the things that's the most important thing in all this conversation is that none of this has anything to do with us. It has 100% to do with all the Minnesotans outside of this dome. Here's the letter that she wrote. "Dear government, my name is Sophia. I am 10 years old. I go to Annunciation Catholic School. And during church, we went through a shooting. My buddy and me didn't think it was real until we saw my friend get shot. All I saw was black and blood behind me. Thank you. Me hiding under the pews, we got to the gym. And I think that guns should not be sold to anyone. For reasons Harper and Fletcher died. Please do something to make it right. Love, Sophia." Thank you, members.
Recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Falconer.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish that we weren't here talking about this, but we are. For me, Annunciation happened this summer. Obviously, we all know that. And I think it just brought to light, it just brought it home. We see mass shootings across the country, and we're always just like, horrible, but at least, it wasn't here. This time it was. And the overwhelming likelihood is that it will be here again unless we do something. These mass shootings at schools, there's a lot of, we should harden our schools. We should have bulletproof vests, whatever. Mass shootings don't just happen in schools. How is hardening a school going to stop the next movie theater assault, the next concert assault, the next nightclub assault? We can't harden, we can't bulletproof window, we can't turn every single building into essentially a jail. The one thing that we can do, and it has been shown over time that does work, in the Clinton era assault weapons ban, for example, dramatic drop in deaths. As soon as it was lifted, dramatic increase in deaths. It does work. As has been mentioned, 12 other states have these laws. It's not as if we're striking out on our own and doing something crazy that nobody else across the country's thought of. Other states are taking action, and it's Minnesota's time. For me, the thing that just keeps coming back to me and how this, I'll go to the school example. It's one of the reasons why we're all so passionate about this right now. When school started, it's our oldest kid's senior year, and we're excited for them. senior year, and it's just in the morning, I'm making pancakes, we're getting ready, and they're just looking kind of down. I'm just like, thinking in the back of my head, maybe they're just anxious, who knows what's going on, and thinking, oh, I'll just go into dad joke mode and just try to lighten the mood. So I'm just like, oh, are you worried about not being able to have your cell phone in class anymore? Because our school has a new thing of can't have your phones in class. And, it's just me being kind of a jerk, but just trying to be funny about it and just trying to just have a moment. And the tears welled up. They came in for a hug much longer than normal. And after a bit of time, what they said was, no, I'm just worried I won't be able to say goodbye if somebody comes into our school. Just let that sit with you. My kid says, I am worried because we don't have our phones anymore, that I won't be able to say goodbye. Annunciation had just happened less than a week before the first day of school. We were all still reeling. Minnesota was reeling. We were in shock and pain. And as has been mentioned, it is every parent's worst nightmare. And I think that we all hug our kids, send them on the bus, and we worry, is this the last time? It's in my head almost every day. I know it's in most people's here too. And this is after a summer, of course, after Melissa and Mark were assassinated, and we entered into a new world as a family of my kids suddenly being worried for their personal safety. We had police stationed outside of our house. They did regular patrols around the neighborhood. I'm lucky our police department, the Eden Prairie Police Department, responded as well as they did. I'm very thankful for that. It felt good, but it was also just a constant reminder of the danger we're in from gun violence. Now we have more security cameras up. When I do public events, we don't say the location until the morning of the event. We have to consider security. My kids have to be like, oh, Daddy's going to do a community event. Should we be worried? And this is one of the things that we could choose to do, is to stop weapons of war. This is what they're designed for. They're not defense-style weapons, they're assault-style weapons. They're meant to kill as many human beings as quickly as possible, and it's just not necessary from a defense point of view. I grew up hunting. I'm a gun owner. I don't know if it surprises anybody, but this side of the aisle does have quite a few gun owners. I don't know, no purpose in bringing an assault weapon out hunting deer. I would rather have the deer to eat than have it blown apart. These aren't hunting weapons, they are human killing weapons. Just back to the first day of school, my kids should have been thinking about getting to see their friends again. Getting, everything that it's your senior year. It's like you've worked all this time. It's the last year, your last season with your sports teams. You're thinking about homecoming. You're thinking about prom. All this excitement. But that was taken away this year and replaced with fear. And you know what? You know what I never had to do when I was in school, my K through 12? Lockdown drills. Didn't have to. Wasn't a thing. And again, going back to what I already said, during the Clinton years, and that's when I was the majority of my K through 8, assault weapon ban was in place. Guns are the #1 killer of kids in this country. And will this stop all mass shootings? Of course not. We know that, but it could stop some. I also don't buy the argument that, well, someone will just go to Wisconsin. Well, sure, maybe, some will, but not everybody. And the person that doesn't, those are lives saved. I'm from suburban Eden Prairie in Minnetonka, And like has been mentioned, but I think it is worth saying again, because these are numbers that are real. This is what Minnesota thinks. In the aftermath of Annunciation, 79% of suburbanites, like the town that I live in, want assault weapons banned. On top of 69% of Minnesotans that also want that. You know, we're sent here to work for our constituents, and I'm here answering the call of the people that sent me to represent them, to do something, to do something. It's not going to be the perfect thing. It's not going to stop everything, but it will stop some. And we can remove these. It is a choice. We make a choice every day. Your choice is a red button or a green button. And in this human institution, we can make a choice to save human lives. My community's asked me to do this. 79% of suburbanites are. I'm hoping that some of our colleagues in the suburbs will also answer the call from your constituents as well. They sent you here to speak for them. Your vote is you speaking for them. And this is just something we need to do. Let's join the other 12 states. Let's join the state-by-state movement, slowly making our country safer, making our communities safer, making our schools safer, letting parents say goodbye to their kids with a little bit more of assurance that they're going to come home safely. This is something we can do. I hope you'll vote for us. I hope you'll vote for our kids. And we can choose to keep these weapons of war off the streets. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I never thought I would stand up and talk on an AR ban, gun bill, but I think this is an opportunity to, I guess, kind of reflect. And we're split in this legislature, and it's super frustrating to be able to try to do anything. Very few of us are getting bills passed out of committees, and I'm not sure that, having, these motions of urgency are actually helping us build those relationships to try to do anything or not. But I'm standing up on this particular issue because I think it's important. Because I think it's an example of where we are right now, and I hope in the next few weeks we can change it. And it's like the only answer to the families at Annunciation and other families that experience gun violence is for us to capitulate to a position that you have, or you to capitulate to a position that we have. And there's more than that. It limits our ability, if we disagree on magazine restrictions or AR bans, that doesn't mean that we should stop trying to find the areas where we can find agreement. Representative Bierman has a bill that establishes an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. I think there's movement there. I had an ARS bill that basically, expands on a statewide anonymous reporting system bill that allows schools to enter in, collect that data, provide those wraparound services. Representative Myers has a social media mandatory bill that basically requires social media platforms to report behaviors to the Fusion Center at the BCA. I think, members, those are areas where we can find agreement and actually do what people want, and that's something. If we can't do this, what can we do? Where can we find agreement? And we're evenly split. And I recognize that some people have mentioned that, their cities want a ban on guns. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of cities that don't. And I promise you 100% of your residents don't want a ban. Not 100%. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to find those areas, and it's going to be hard enough for us to find some agreement on an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Is it housed in the Department of Health? Is it housed in the Department of Public Safety? Does the BCA have a role to play? But you know what? those are moving forward, where what we're doing today is just entrenching where we are. And I promise you, there's a lot of us here that would like to do more. But we can't. Because we've drawn these lines, and we keep making them wider. And that's where we have to stop. That's where we have to say, and I will be the first one to admit that, you know what, when I draft a bill, I think I'm right. I think every word is perfect. I think it's going to solve the problem, and it's going to make everyone's life better. And I have to step back and say, you know what, I might not be right. As much as it bothers me, I might not be perfect. And I think that's where we have to try to get to today and moving forward. And so we can ignore the fact that, Representative Nash, points out some unconstitutionality of this. We can ignore the fact that Representative Greenman, just wants to ban every gun on the face of the earth. But let's find ways where we can find common ground. And we can hold those strong opinions, and they're great. If we all agreed on the same thing, honestly, half of us wouldn't need to be here. That's what makes this institution awesome, is that we disagree. But if we can't work together to find a path forward, we're not going to get a lot done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members. So I never have a problem talking about the fact that I grew up on the south side of Chicago in a community called Englewood. What I don't talk about oftentimes are the detailed stories that impacted me growing up in that community. I grew up on 73rd and Carpenter. I experienced multiple drive-by shootings during my time growing up. I don't know how many people in this body have the experiences that I've had of losing a schoolmate and showing up to school the next day and that person not sitting there anymore. Of attending funerals, seeing the mom scream and cry because that kid is never coming home again. Seeing the siblings know that their brother, sister's never coming home again and not going to play with them again. I don't know how many people have experienced that. But it takes me more than two hands to count how many people I lost growing up in my city. And we've mentioned the assault rifle ban multiple times. I grew up before that ban was in place, and then after that ban was in place. Before that ban was in place, there were many drive-by shootings where there were multiple casualties because they were using those assault rifles. After that ban was in place, that number went down drastically. So it's not just an anecdote for me, it is a lived experience that I know this. And I've heard many times in this debate alone, folks talk about political theater, how the governor didn't call a special session to make some people take a tough vote. But here we are right now having this conversation. And everybody in here with an election certificate can take a vote right now. If they truly, really want to do something about these tragedies, they can take a vote right now. And the arguments about how this isn't going to prevent any of these killings from happening, well, I don't know how any of that, I don't know how anyone could articulate that with any type of honesty and good faith. Because we know that if you can't get off over 100 rounds in a minute, it is very probable that many people are going to survive if you don't have that kind of capacity and if you don't have a weapon that can be used in that manner. I remember speaking at one of the rallies after the Annunciation shootings. And I noted that there was also another shooting less than 24 hours before that in South Minneapolis near another high school. But again, I'm no stranger to gun violence. And when I was at that rally and I spoke and I said, look, I just don't know how many lives we have to lose before we all decide, and by the we all decide, I meant all of us. I wasn't just speaking about Democrats or Republicans, because I think when it comes to protecting our young people, political affiliation should go out the door. None of that should matter. The only thought should be, if you really believe and truly believe in protecting our young people and protecting communities, the first thought should be, what do I need to do? What can I do to prevent another tragedy like this from happening? And for us, our tool is passing laws, making policy, appropriating resources. I don't mind having a conversation talking about addressing mental health. But then I'll say also, other countries have mental health issues. They don't have the gun problem that we have. I don't mind talking about hardening schools if you want to talk about that. That's not what other countries have done when they've had mass casualty shootings. They've actually taken action to get at the actual tool that is used to do the harm. We can do that. We can do that. Every time we have these debates and we stalemate, we're signaling to that mom, to that dad, to that sibling that's never gonna see their loved one again, that we're making the decision not to prevent the next tragedy. Every single time we fail to take an action as a body, we're saying we're gonna let it happen again. That's the power that we have. That is the power that we have. And I implore you, you earned that election certificate. Your constituents sent you here to do a job. When we take that oath, part of that oath is making sure that we secure safety, protect the safeties of our communities. That is one of the main jobs that we are sent here to do. And that is the power that we have as legislators. Sadly, I don't believe I'm going to convince many people or anyone that has already made up their mind that they're not going to vote to support taking away a tool that can cause so much harm in such a short period of time. A tool that has taken so many souls away in a short period of time. A tool for some that may be fun to shoot, but is designed for a specific task to create the most havoc in the shortest period of time. I think our task is simple. I don't think it's complicated at all. We're not asking to take away every single firearm that someone can purchase today. We're asking to address certain tools that are causing the most harm and the most havoc and tend to be the tool of choice for those that want to cause mass tragedies. That is the tool that we are trying to regulate. And it has been regulated before, and that was constitutional for those constitutional scholars in this room. We can regulate it here. We can save lives. We can show the Annunciation parents that keep showing up every single day, that keep emailing us, that keep sending us letters, leaving us voicemails. We can say to those family members and to every family member that's ever lost a loved one to these type of weapons that we understand the pain and we don't want anyone else to have to go through that. That is an incredible, incredible piece of power that we have. And we should exercise it when we have the opportunity to do that. So I don't know about all of you, but when I decided to run for office, I decided to run because I believed it would give me the opportunity to do the most good, to help the most people, particularly those that are not always heard. And that's the power that our election certificate gives us. And we need to exercise that power. So I think I know how the vote's going to go, but I wanted to share that. I want to remind us all of the power that we have, that we can use to protect those that are most vulnerable. And right now I'm talking about our young people. Our young people, we send them off every single day. Maybe they get on the school bus, we say goodbye, they say they love us. We say, see you later, have a great day. And in this day and age, we just have to hope and pray that they make it back home to us. And we can do something about that. Let's do something about that.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Roach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not going to come as any shock, but I rise in opposition of this. You know, it's really, really sad that we're getting to this point where it's just complete political theater. It's disgraceful. Using the tragedies of the Annunciation shooting to push a narrative and to try to strip away law-abiding citizens the right to carry a firearm, the right to own an AR-15. These are God-given rights bestowed to us by our Creator, not man, not government. You know, many members on the other side of the aisle said, join the movement. There's 12 other states that have done this. Well, there's 29 states in the country, even more, that have a constitutional right to carry. So I urge you, you're right, let's join the movement. Let's be one of the states that actually recognizes our God-given right to have a constitutional right to carry a firearm and not ask daddy government if they can have permission. You're making, in this proposal, in this bill, you're making Minnesotans a felon for having some of these firearms. 5 years in prison, $25,000 fine. As some members have said, for having a tool? It's absurd. Political theater to rally the base, to give false hope. You know that this would not stop tragedies from happening. You all know that. There is nothing stopping someone from acting on hate in their heart. They will find a means by any way, shape, or form. This takes away the rights from law-abiding citizens. As many members on this side of the aisle have stated, they have the right to defend their family and are going to use every opportunity and force that they have to do that. You know, we could be talking about real things, real issues that are actually affecting Minnesotans. $18 billion of wasteful spending, gone. $1 billion for a palace for politicians. $9 billion in fraud. 14 different HHS programs that are being abused. Putting money back into the hands of Minnesotans that are struggling, lowering property taxes, getting rid of unfunded mandates on our counties and our municipalities. But instead, we're going to sit here and play political theater, giving empty promises to families that are actually hurting, as if this would, you know, passing this law would change anything. It doesn't change the tragedy. It doesn't bring those kids back. Matter of fact, it emboldens and empowers criminals to do it again. And to do it more often. Because they know that there's not law-abiding citizens to stand in their way. The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Period. You know, I wish many of you would take this serious, but instead, you know, we're not taking it serious. It's ridiculous. We have more people that are here looking to be failed actors than actual politicians. We come up here 4 days a week and we go home. We sell false hope. Like, let's do the job. It's ridiculous.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, as I've been listening carefully to the debate, I feel like there's one thing that we are all very much agreeing on, that not only the situation of Annunciation, but I think I was hearing in my colleagues' discussions that this is an unacceptable, tragic, horrible situation, right, that our state and our country find ourselves in. The shooting in Annunciation, that was awful, unthinkable, and that what we experience as a state and country in having guns be the leading cause of death for children and teens, I believe you would agree, is also unacceptable and awful. And I heard some phrases that especially reinforced that for me. At one point, one of my colleagues said there shouldn't be a price tag for keeping our kids safe. There should not be any price we put on that. Keeping our kids safe is the #1 thing to do. During a hearing the last couple weeks, another GOP colleague said at one point, if there was any chance that this could help, any chance, I would pass it. I would vote in favor of it. And at the time, I'll admit I found that pretty aggravating, what he was saying, because I didn't understand how he could think that it wouldn't help. We'll talk about that. But the thing right now that I want to focus on is that sense that this is such a horrible situation, we've got to do whatever we can, any chance that things could help. Members, a reminder that our country experiences fatalities and injuries from guns at a rate that is higher by far than any other country we want to compare ourselves to. And I would assume that for many of us who are thinking about our country, we're not thinking of our country as being the worst at something, much less the thing that you'd want to not at all be last in, which is how well you're keeping your kids safe from guns. So, tragic situation that is unacceptable. I think we can all agree on that. That then leads, though, to the other point, which is that there's nothing much to be done about it, is what I hear, except for, and I did hear a few things. We talk about mental health. Other countries have mental health issues. If you have something you think that most of the other countries are doing, they've got some policy or not, I'd love to hear that. Other countries have mental health challenges. They don't have the same rate that we do, rate of gun death fatality. Social media, it crosses country borders, national borders. They have social media as well. Those other countries do. And security funding for schools, as several of my colleagues have pointed out, members, we experience that rate of fatality and injury at all sorts of settings. How many armed guards are you envisioning at our schools, but also at our churches, but also at our nightclubs, our malls, our concerts, our movie theaters, our places of business? Like, how does that work? The difference with other countries is our relationship with guns. And maybe what we say is, maybe some of my colleagues are saying, that's just what our country does. Those are the policies that we have. I would note, though, get back to the first point. What is the price that you pay for keeping our children safe? Do you, in fact, think that our country should not be last in this? That we should be able to match other countries and how will we keep our kids and our teens safe? A reminder, members, we have made policy choices about what guns to allow and what guns not to allow. At one point, I think Representative Fogelman said, our laws say that you have the same weaponry as the military has. I have not seen, Representative Fogelman, I'm not sure if you're going to propose this or others, to allow civilian possession of fully automatic weapons, of tanks, of howitzers. We have made a choice that we will have some guns and some permitted, some not. There are states that ban more than we do. There are states that don't. A reminder that in this case, we're talking about weapons that make shootings much more lethal. More rounds, more quickly, at a higher speed, resulting in more damage. Remember, these are defined currently in law. Right now, semi-automatic military-style assault weapons. A couple points, my colleagues use those terms like it's kind of a made-up term. That's in the law. It was passed quite a while back. That's in our current law. So my colleagues are saying there's nothing to be done. This is unconstitutional. Representative Nash and others, if you look at District of Columbia v. Heller, by the way, that was decided on June 26, 2008, as long as we're citing dates there. If you look at the famous footnote by Justice Scalia, dangerous and unusual weapons can be regulated. And in fact, the court's rulings have confirmed that because there are multiple assault weapons bans right now in states, and there was a federal ban for 10 years, and that still is around, not unconstitutional. What we end up doing with gun bills is applying objections that we just wouldn't apply to other proposals. Criminals won't follow laws. Many of you are proposing new crimes regularly. Like, you do seem to believe that criminal laws have some value. Why not in this case? This wouldn't stop a madman. Members, as we've identified, this greatly increases the damage and the harm and the rate of death and the number of people who can be killed quickly. Saying that this won't solve every problem. Members, repeatedly in committees, we hear from you, this is one small step forward. And we all say that sort of thing, right? This is not going to solve every problem. This is going to advance things. Why do we apply a different standard to these kinds of proposals? Members, changes in law do matter. The red flag law that I was the original author of, then former Representative Ruth Richardson, Chair Moeller, Chair Frazier, that has made a difference. When that law was being passed 2 years ago, many of our colleagues said, oh, this won't do anything, it's going to be a problem, it's going to be abused. It's been enormously successful around the state and has prevented harm, as we've seen in many cases. And the federal ban was, in fact, effective. I want to note, though, the final obstacle that we keep hearing is your own unwillingness to take action. Well, this is a tied house, so yeah, that's all we can do, I guess. Representative Nadeau, you said, other proposals are moving forward. This proposal can move forward. We just need one person to vote for it on the other side. That's the way it will move forward. Your own unwillingness is not an obstacle to do, is not something you can cite as a reason not to do this. Ultimately, this ends up being a lot of obfuscation and we're bringing up a lot of things. Minnesotans' voices are cutting through the clutter. They are calling out to us. They are saying you're talking about using tragedy to change laws. That's what Minnesotans are calling us to do. It's not those of us in the room making promises to Minnesotans, empty or otherwise. It's them making a demand to us. The Annunciation parents telling us to change the law, they're telling us that. That's not us saying anything back to them. They're saying, do this. And the people that are their friends and their families and those around the state supporting them. Members, we have a solemn power, each person in this room. We have an election certificate. Nobody outside this room has a certificate in the House, right? Nobody else does. Every person in this room does. And we have to listen to the people talking to us and open our eyes and act. It's time to cut through the obfuscation. It's time to say, well, this is a horrible thing. This is a horrible tragedy, but boy, there's nothing to be done. United States, Minnesota, I guess we just can't do anything about it. We're going to harden a few schools, so as Representative Johnson said, against the guns that are out there. We're not going to do anything about anything else, but ultimately, we're just kind of stuck. All those other countries must have solved something that we haven't been able to figure out, and we're just stuck. Open your eyes, look into your hearts. Minnesotans are going to keep on calling to us. They're calling to us now to vote green on this motion, and they're calling us to keep going, and they are going to keep doing that until we pass this bill, until we make meaningful action on gun violence. Members, please vote green. Take the next step on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We heard this bill in public safety. It was a bad bill, and we killed it, we thought. It was cloned and reintroduced and brought into judiciary. It was still a bad bill, and we killed it. Members, this is still a bad bill. Let's kill it for the third time and put a fork in it.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of political theater. We're giving our job a really bad name here tonight. But I love the theater, and I love stories and storytelling, and I think it's how we reach people in the world. So I don't have a problem with theater. I think we need to recognize that that's kind of what we do, and I'm okay with that. I also rise in support of the motion, though. And I don't necessarily want to rehash the arguments that we have made. I think rather I would like to talk about the world and kind of how we see the world, what I'm hearing from tonight's debate, and how I understand it based on our experiences in the world. And I have to say that the vision of the world that I have been hearing tonight from our colleagues across the aisle is shockingly, to me, nihilistic. It is shockingly violent. I offer the last member's speech as an example, but I think we have to recognize that there is a hopelessness. There is a deep, deep hopelessness in the idea that there can be no stopping a madman intent upon mass murder. I simply refuse to believe that that is true. I refuse to believe no one can do anything to stop these murders. I think it's important for us to recognize that we can all be affected by this gun violence in different ways. One of the most important affecting days of my life was the Pulse nightclub shooting. That didn't happen here. 2016, it happened in Orlando, an AR-15, a couple of minutes. 50 people died that day, 58 more wounded by the shooter. Andrea Gibson described that as a massacre of people who died, a massacre of people who did not leave the dance floor when they heard gunshots because they thought they were the beats of a song, right? 50 people at a queer nightclub dancing, murdered instantly. That day legitimately changed the trajectory of my life. I'm so grateful for who I became as a result of the ways that my life changed there, but that horrific tragedy, I refuse to believe nothing could have stopped that. Nothing we can imagine ever would have stopped that. I think it's essential that we allow ourselves, I believe, to be open to the impact of the violence that happens in the world. And Annunciation happened in our communities, and we have spent a lot of time talking about Annunciation, and there is many, many ways people here have been affected by Annunciation, and we can go back all the way to my high school days with Columbine. You can go forward, you can find the landmarks in your life, probably, if you are open to the concept of how the world acts affecting you personally. Whether it's Newtown or Uvalde, Parkland, the Buffalo, New York supermarket, Aurora movie theater, the music festival in Las Vegas, the most deadly mass shooting, all those shootings with an AR-15. These things have to continue to affect us, but we have to be able to see them not as a harbinger of a violent apocalyptic future, but as a call for us to find a better world. I come here to build a better world for everyone. That is what I do. It is how I understand my job. I do not come here with the idea that if I don't have enough bullets to protect my family, somebody's going to come to my home and murder everyone. Maybe that will happen. Maybe that will happen. But that is not the vision of the world I am trying to manifest for myself or for anyone. So I'm going to take a little turn here. We're going to talk about the Catholic author Evelyn Waugh, who's one of my favorites. Evelyn Waugh was a Catholic writer from the 30s and 40s. If you don't, he was a man, yes, Sydney, a man. But he's famous for writing, cutting satires of the Roaring '20s. But he wrote this deeply earnest trilogy called the Sword of Honor trilogy. And it's a war trilogy about Guy Crouchback, and it starts when he's young and he joins the army, and it ends when he's old and he leaves the army. And he does all of this work, all of his life. He is in the military. He is doing what he believes is good. He's understanding life through conflict and through violence and through what he could have done and how bad it could have gotten and how it's going to continue to get worse. And he gets out of the army, and he's trying to recognize there was this attack on an island, and he was trying to pull people to safety and get them into boats as they were fleeing. And he could have saved more people. He could have saved more people. And he becomes consumed by this idea, right? He's just steeped in this worldview. And he's talking to his father. His father is a priest. And his father says to him, just like a simple mass language, he says, Guy, his name is Guy, quantitative judgments do not apply. Right? And they're talking about your spirituality, your morality, your understanding of the individual, what it means to do good in the world. It's one of the deepest, most profound, life-changing things I've ever internalized. Quantitative judgments do not apply. And when I am sitting here all night long, listening to this violent, nihilistic, apocalyptic rhetoric about the unstoppability of violence, about how no one can stop a madman except for a person apparently now with another assault weapon. This just continue. It's not just the gun violence. Go back to the other conversation we had, a dark, despairing, apocalyptic vision of the world. And the lesson that Evelyn Waugh taught me in that novel is that we don't have to live our lives trying to understand how we're going to save everyone. How are you going to change everything for everyone forever? Quantitative judgments do not apply. What if we pass this bill and we only saved 10 people? Well, if you've ever experienced loss at the hands of a gun, and I have, and people have, that's 10 lives that are forever changed. The hope of a world where we saved 10 people's lives. How can we do something else? You don't have to stop every madman. You don't have to stop every shooting that will ever happen forever. We can help people, even a few people, meaningfully not have their lives torn apart. I think about Pulse. That's the one I go to. 50 people died there. 50 dancing queer people who were having the time of their lives at a place where they did not have to worry about who they were. They could celebrate among people who loved them, and they died there for it. Or you can think about the 2 people. Quantitative judgments don't apply, y'all. 2 people who lost their life, 2 children. If we could have done anything in this room, anyone could have done something to save those 2 children's lives, you don't think we should make a law only to have saved those 2 children's lives? We don't have to stop every madman. We do not have to stop everything forever. Let a little sunlight into your world. Let people have a grasp for hope that the world can be different than it is. I've heard multiple calls to the good book, and the good book is clear, y'all. We do it because of love, loving each other, loving our neighbors, not because we can save everything, but because that act of love is the point. There has to be hope and sunlight in the world. And the world that we are painting here tonight is the darkest vision of a future I think I've ever heard. So if it's just political theater that we're doing here, then to the voters in Minnesota, what kind of world are you hoping to build? Are you hoping to build one where bad people with high-capacity magazines and assault weapons are stopped in the streets by good people with high-capacity magazines and assault weapons? Or are you trying to build a future where perhaps there is peace? Peace. We won't stop all crime, but the hope that you can be in the world with peace and love is worth fighting for. Quantitative judgments do not apply. Do everything just to save 2 more children's lives, and we will have earned our right to be in this room.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Warwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I know there's probably a collective groan going up. Some of my folks want to go home, and thank you for that. You know, we've talked a lot about guns tonight, and you know, the people in my district, there's a lot of guns where I live. There's a lot of guns in Minnesota. The people in my district have been emailing me, talking about these bills, talking about this bill, and how important it is to them that we stand against these gun bills because they want to see their Second Amendment rights protected. And I've been able to tell them definitively that as long as we have this tie, that their rights are safe. Their rights are safe with us. Otherwise, all bets are off. And I understand the good intentions of certain kinds of bans. I do. But I want to talk about something else, because the reason we're talking about guns today and we're talking about these bans today, members, is because of the Annunciation School shooting. And I think we should be asking ourselves not just about the guns and what people do with guns, but we should be asking why these shootings have become more prevalent in our society. I believe that our youth are craving attention. Oftentimes these shooters are part of the youth population. There's endless media, there's phones, there's distractions. Kids feel unseen. In this busy job that I've got, the 2 jobs that I've got, I think my kids often feel unseen. And I need to remember to pay attention to them. So they do things to get attention. There's a lot of broken families out there. The bottom line is, people get desperate when they crave attention. They do extreme things, and that's too bad. At Annunciation, and I don't think anybody addressed this tonight, I apologize if they did, the 23-year-old shooter was called Robin, but was a biological male, given the name of Robert. Reports indicated the shooter said he was, and these are his quotes from his manifesto, it's not me.
Madam Speaker. Point of personal privilege or point of order?
State your point of order.
I'm not even sure what point to say. Could we please not read out of the shooter's journal for the sake of the families that may be watching?
As a reminder, members, we are on the motion to recall and place on the general register, House File 3433, Representative Warwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This individual said they were tired of being trans and wished they had never brainwashed themselves.
Madam Speaker.
He essentially lost the will to live.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Under House Rule 2.31, offensive words in debate, the manifesto of a mass murderer is not something that's appropriate to be read on the House floor.
Members, we are on the order to recall and place on the general register, House File 3433, Representative Warwas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we have ceased to value individuals as they are, and eventually the choices they make next, I think, are designed to get our attention. My dad used to say, when all guns are outlawed, only outlaws will have guns. Now, we're talking about magazine bans and things like that, but there's millions of those magazines out there. There's millions more guns. These crimes take an individual, and it's been mentioned many times, a crazed individual, to commit these crimes. What is going to stop a crazed individual? Who do we call when these crazed individuals are doing things and hurting people, killing children? We call good guys with guns. Good guys with guns stop bad guys with guns. And as long as I have a say in this discussion, our Second Amendment rights shall not be infringed. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe it's the fact that I'm getting towards the end and I'm getting in the short timer phase, but some of the things just kind of bug me. And some of the things that kind of bug me is the fact that we will quote statistics. Not we. I wouldn't do this, but the other side of the aisle likes to quote statistics or polls, and they will say, this poll said this much. And there's been a lot of numbers thrown around about how overwhelming it is. It's up in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever you say. Are you against a military-style assault rifle? Never mind the fact that like 85% want the Save America Act, but we can't pass that because we don't want voter ID. But I suspect if you called someone and you said, should we have a restriction on military-style assault rifles? Well, if you ask me, my version of a military-style assault rifle is a lot different than what you probably ask someone in the metro area that has no idea about firearms or any experience working with them. To me, a military-style assault rifle is not what most of this bill covers. And since this has all been covered multiple times in committees and the members on the other side of the aisle don't understand this, I will address this to the people at home. For the people at home, I'd like to point out to you that their description of a military-style assault rifle includes line 3.1 or 3.9, a rimfire rifle with the VIX magazine, a semi-automatic shotgun that has one or more of the following items: a pistol grip or a thumbhole stock. So if you're disabled and you need help holding a weapon, that's a military-style assault weapon. If you want to go duck hunting and you want to use the thumbhole stock in your 12 gauge, by this bill, that'd be a military-style assault rifle. I'm pretty sure that wasn't explained to the people when you called them to do your survey. I'm pretty sure that a telescoping stock on a semi-automatic shotgun was not explained to them. So if you have a female shooter, I used to help with the Trap League. Trap shooting's the fastest growing high school sport in Minnesota. So if you got a female with a smaller statue and she gets one with an adjustable stock so she can get a proper grip and proper cheek set, that would be a semi-automatic weapon, a military-style assault weapon by this bill. I bet you that didn't get explained to them when you did that. I'd also like to point out the fact that you probably didn't explain to them that if they want to keep a weapon and they get grandfathered in, they probably didn't explain to you when they did this survey that if you want to comply with this law, you have to do all this registration. And they probably didn't explain to you that you would have to agree to have your house inspected. They probably didn't explain to you that under this bill, 3433, and you can look it up yourself, line 5.14, if you have one of these weapons that is grandfathered in, possessing the device is only allowed on property owned or immediately controlled by the person while engaged in illegal use of the device at a duly licensed firing range or while transporting the item in compliance with applicable law. So the only place you can use that grandfathered weapon in that you get permission from the government to do is if you are on your own property or you're at a firing range. So when they did that survey that is cited so many times over here, they probably didn't ask you if your semi-automatic .308, which is a very commandeer rifle used in this state, they probably didn't explain to you that you couldn't use that rifle on any property that's not yours. You couldn't go to a state forest, you couldn't go to a national forest. They didn't explain that. I'm pretty sure. That's just a guess on my part. So that's a frustration with me. That's frustration after being here almost 7 sessions, as it comes to the end. The fact that the people that may represent you will keep saying something that's not true. This isn't an AR ban. This is an almost everything ban, including our rimfire rifle, which is the smallest small game rifle that's out there. This is a bad bill. As Representative Nash pointed out early on, hours ago, if it's not, at least it felt like it. Okay? This will be struck down. Vote no.
I recognize the member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to make a motion that we're allowed to meet past midnight.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion fails. I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have 3 hours and 35 minutes to speak. Is that correct, Representative Davis? All right. Thank you, members. I have a question for folks here. How many of you did drills when you were a student for fire, right? How many of you did fire drills when you were kids? None of you did fire drills? Okay. Just a few? Fire drills, yeah, when you were a kid. Okay. How many of you did active shooter drills when you were a kid? One? All right. I didn't. I guess you're the youngest in the chamber. This was not the normal thing decades ago. This is a new reality, and it does not have to be our reality. When my kids were in preschool, they came home as 3-year-olds and said, "Hey, Dad, today in preschool, we did the hide from the bad guys drill." This has been so normalized in our communities that our children are bearing the brunt of doing drills every single year to enact what it would be like if an active shooter was in their schools. This is not what other countries do. This is not what we used to do in the United States. We should all want to live in a world where we don't have to teach kids how to shelter in place and turn off the lights, right? When I was in law school, the very first job I had was working for Senator Dianne Feinstein, and the very first bill she asked me to work on was an assault weapons ban. And she came in to politics running for higher office because of an act of political violence. There was a shooting of San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk that she had to respond to. And the assault weapons ban that she passed was in effect from 1994 to 2004, and it worked. There is evidence. I know some folks didn't like that we cite evidence, but guess what? When we're passing laws, it's helpful to look at data. And assault weapons ban reduced the number of school shooting victims by 54% during that decade. If the federal law had been reauthorized after 2005, researchers estimate it would have prevented 30 mass shootings and protected 1,478 people from being shot and killed or wounded. We endured our own political violence last year. And I don't know how many folks remember this, but Melissa and Mark Hortman's killer had an assault weapon on the front seat of his vehicle. And the thought was that he might end his rampage here at the No Kings rally that was happening that morning, and that the impact could have been far more lives lost. Banning assault weapons is not controversial with the public. And I'll read the question that was asked for the poll that we've been citing. The question was, should we ban the sale of assault-style weapons like the AR-15? That is pretty darn clear. 79% support in the suburbs. That's higher than my community of Minneapolis, 71% support. And why? Because it is common sense to Minnesotans that guns that shoot more bullets at a higher speed and a higher rate of velocity kill more people. Assault weapons are responsible for 85% of mass shooting deaths. Uvalde, Texas, 19 kids, 2 teachers killed by an assault weapon. Newtown, Connecticut, 26 people, including 20 kids killed by an assault weapon. Orlando, Florida, as Representative Finke talked about, 49 killed, 58 wounded. Aurora, Colorado, 12 killed, 58 injured by an assault weapon. Parkland, Florida, 17 students and teachers killed by an assault weapon. We know this bill will save lives. It's not that hard to understand that weapons designed to kill people with more bullets going faster will kill more people. And for all of us, kids' lives should come first. So let me remind you again, it's deadline week. Tomorrow is the deadline. This vote is significant. For those of you who may have voted no on magazines, banning assault weapons is even more common sense for Minnesotans and is supported by even more Minnesotans. Today's vote could show Minnesotans that the tide is turning. Could give them hope that gun violence is finally being taken seriously, that we're listening to the victims, to the families who have been calling on us out here at the state. The state is watching, our constituents are watching. Please do know what you know is right. Please do what your constituents believe is right. Please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the maker of the motion, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think we're all tired. It's a hard, heavy conversation. And we've been talking a lot about what we do. And I'll say my constituents don't say, just do something. They are saying, get these tools of carnage out of our communities. They're being pretty specific. And, you know, as I sit here, I hear across the aisle my colleagues talk about anything. But the only thing that nearly all of these mass shootings had in common was the AR-15, the gun. Anything but talk about the actual tools, the guns that shoot more rapidly at higher velocity because that's what they were designed to do. That's not theater, that's just facts. And, you know, I heard, there's a lot I heard, and actually Representative Pinto, Representative Finke, Representative Frazier, folks really did a lot of the work of cleanup. But I just want to be clear. First of all, there have been assault weapons bans that have been challenged in 5 appellate courts, and have not been, and the Supreme Court has not struck down any of them. None of those courts have struck down any of them. So far, it's 5 for 5 in terms of being upheld. And I know Nash has a case about a stun gun in Massachusetts, but we're actually talking about the technology and the assault weapons ban. We had an assault weapons ban in the United States for 10 years. And the evidence shows 70% less mass casualty events. Minnesotans are expecting us to be brave and not look away from these guns. Weapons made for war do not belong in our schools, but they also don't belong in our grocery stores, our nightclubs, our parks, or anywhere in our communities. This is about what Minnesotans are asking us. And when you call their stories political theater, or our efforts to respond to those stories, those calls, those pleas, those prayers, those demands, that we look at these weapons, it's not just an insult to us, it is an insult to what they are trying to do, which is actually make change. These families hear that. Our constituents hear that. And not just our constituents on this side of the aisle. And most importantly, our kids hear that. They hear that these weapons, that keeping any and every weapon, any and every consumer good is more important than their lives and their safety and keeping them safe. In Public Safety Committee, Jackie Flavin beseeched us. She said, Minnesotans can be brave. But the thing is, Minnesotans are being brave. The question is, will we listen? And I hear a lot of me and I, and even us and you under the dome, but it's not about us in this room. It is about everybody out here who we are accountable to. It is about the Minnesotans. And yes, statistics and facts do still matter. But the 2/3 of Minnesotans who are asking us to do this, to ban military-style assault weapons, they're asking us to be brave. And so I guess I want to end with, I think, something that Representative Finke reminded us, which is this is a question about how the world we want to leave to our children. Sophia asked us to do something to make it right. We need to do something to make it right for our kids. And when I look around this Capitol, and when I have been in this Capitol this year, I have seen Harper's light everywhere and Fletcher's energy as a driving force. I have seen families come and say, we are holding you in hope, because they believe that fierce love, that hope, is more powerful than this vision of violence and fear. So the question for me is, we have this vote, and we have 8 weeks left of session, and we have our lifetimes to do this work. Tonight is just a vote, but it is a choice. It is a choice whether we will be with Minnesotans, will we be with those kids, will we will be with the future, or we will again say there's nothing we can do, these weapons of war stay in our streets. So with that, Madam Speaker, I appreciate this conversation. I think it's really important. I do think people are listening. And I just ask you to choose our kids and our future.
As a reminder, members, the House is under call. You must vote. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Jones votes aye. Rarick.
Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's a motion at the desk.
Kosnick moves that House File number 4567 be returned to its author.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House File 4567 is the bill that I would like returned to the author.
Okay. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion prevails. There's a motion at the desk. The clerk will report the motion.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, Lawrence moves that House File number 3493 be recalled from the Committee on Education Finance, be given its second reading, and be placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence, to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, tonight's been interesting, heartfelt. We've had a lot of talk about tragedy, unimaginable heartbreak, unimaginable hurt. Been the focus of most of our discussion for the last almost 6 hours. And very much warranted. In fact, the bill that is before us right now has been referred to several times in the course of the discussion this evening. And House File 3493 is a bill that addresses something that numerous students have been left out of. And I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this, but numerous students in the state of Minnesota are left out of a state program that addresses exactly what we've been talking about tonight. Charter school students that go to charter school, they're left out of safe school aid. Non-public schools, been referenced tonight many times. They're left out of safe school aid. Tribal contract schools, left out of safe school aid. Given the conversation we've had tonight, I can't imagine why we would, as a group, as a body, would want these schools left out. And this bill I've proposed before committee, bring before you this evening, extends safe school revenue, which is currently available to school districts, okay, but it's not currently available to these entities here. This bill would make safe school revenue available to charter schools, non-public schools, and tribal contract schools. More importantly, it's not the schools that benefit, it's the students. It's the students that are ones that are going to benefit from this aid that would help make their education location safer. Safer for them, safer for the instructors that are there, the educators, the teachers, everybody that works there as well. This is an important bill that I think we can come together to tonight. You may ask, well, what does it cover? Right? Well, what is covered in this safe school aid? And it's been mentioned tonight that stuff we're talking about just hardens schools. Well, that's a part of it. Absolutely, that is a part of it. It pays the costs incurred for salaries, benefits, and transportation of peace officers, sheriffs. Pays the cost for drug abuse prevention programs. Important things, all things that are related to conversation tonight. Pays the cost for gang resistance education training and curriculum. Pays the cost for security in schools and on the school property. We talked about the hardening of schools. There it is right there. Pays the cost for other crime preventions, drug abuse for students and staff. Pays the cost for licensed school counselors, licensed school nurses, licensed school social workers, licensed school psychologists, and licensed alcohol and substance disorder counselors. We've talked a lot about mental health tonight. This bill helps address this for the left out students that aren't included in our budget. It helps pay for security enhancements including, not limited to, but including laminated glass, public announcement systems, emergency communication devices, equipment, facilities. Pays for costs associated with school climate. When we talk about mental health, we talk about teachers. Today in committee, we talked about teacher retention. Climate was one of those big things. School climate was one of those things that was brought up during that as well. It pays costs for collaborating with mental health professionals. Also pays the cost for cybersecurity measures as well. Are these things important to our schools? I happen to sit on education policy, education finance. All these things come up on a regular basis as important factors for our schools, but not for our schools, for our students. And as we heard in committee today, for instructors as well. I don't think any students in the state of Minnesota should be left out. That's why this bill is before you tonight. They shouldn't be left out. Our students that happen to be students in charter schools, they should have a safe place to study. Our students that are at non-public schools, they should have a safe place to study, to educate, to learn. And our tribal contract schools shouldn't be left out either. So I ask you to come alongside, to join me tonight to extend safe school safety revenue to these three entities that have been excluded, to the students that are excluded in these programs. All students, all children, our charters, our non-public, our tribal contracts deserve to have this funding to help make their educational experience a safer, more rewarding program for them to go through.
Further discussion to the motion? I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Lawrence, I appreciate your comments. I've been working in education for a long time, and I care deeply about our students. I care deeply about their safety. I care deeply about them having resources to make sure they have the best possible outcomes that they can, and that they can achieve the best that they want in their lives. My concern with this bill, with the motion to move it to the general register, is that as a co-chair of Ways and Means, and I would believe my co-chair would agree with me, there's a blank appropriation here. There's a blank appropriation, which means that we have no idea what this may cost, which means it absolutely needs to be vetted through the Ways and Means Committee. There is also no Senate companion to this bill, and my understanding is that there has not been a fiscal note requested for this bill, and also this bill was heard in your committee and laid over while your colleague from your side had the gavel. Madam Chair, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this vote.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to reject this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further discussion to the motion. I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Lawrence, for bringing this motion before the body tonight. I think the real question here today, which pertains primarily to those kids who are in, whether it's elementary, intermediate, or high school, Madam Speaker, the real question for us tonight is, who is a Minnesota kid? Because I've been in this debate in the Higher Education Committee a couple times this session where I've been questioned as to what is a Minnesota kid? Because I've tried to draw a distinction between someone who has legal status and someone who does not. And here tonight, there's this distinction on this floor that somehow the kids who attend a non-public school don't deserve the same level of support, which is pretty outrageous considering the opportunity that we have before us to ensure that they're safe in the place where they're learning. It's especially shocking to me when there's been members on the other side of the aisle who have made the case that only $26 a year to go to fund financial aid for illegal immigrants should be okay when we can't provide $36 to the legal Minnesota citizens who go to non-public schools. That's all that this bill does. $36 per student to non-public schools to help keep them safe, to ensure that they have the same opportunities to learn in an environment that is safe, secure, and allows them to learn. That's what this bill is about tonight. I don't even personally know how many students that is across the state. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask if Representative Lawrence would yield.
Representative Lawrence, will you yield for a question? Representative Lawrence will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lawrence, considering the number of Minnesota kids across the entire state, I'm curious as to how many Minnesota students attend non-public schools, and if you can provide a range for us tonight.
Representative Lawrence.
Madam Chair, thank you, or Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Representative Schultz, it's a round number, you said around, but about 70 non-public and 70,000 non-public and 70,000 charter students.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I heard is that there is roughly between the two, between charter and non-public schools, roughly 140,000 students that this impacts. 140,000 kids that we can protect with this bill tonight. 140,000 kids in every corner of this state who can benefit from being secure in their learning. Minnesota kids, every single one of them, Minnesota kids. And yet somehow, in the eyes of the political left here in this body, they don't deserve the same protection under law.
I recognize the member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as we continue to go on tonight and use these to get our political points that no doubt in 2026 will go out on campaign materials, that is what tonight is all about. So for any Minnesotans that thought we were going to get things done, this really is about getting those political talking points. Again, I rise because I think Minnesotans want solutions, and also we are very broken and we want healing. And how we get to healing is through light and through truth. Evil loves to lurk in the darkness. Earlier, it was insinuated that Republicans are hopeless and we don't have hope for our future, and I could not disagree with that more. The problem is, in Minnesota, is that the Republicans come forth with good ideas that are continually voted down or not allowed to come out of the committees. That's not given the light. And right now, we just heard from Representative Frazier that he would like to stop this bill by a fiscal note. Well, when we were just discussing these gun bans, I don't remember talking about what that fiscal note would be to the state of Minnesota to go around the entire state and to confiscate every lawful owner's guns. That has to have a fiscal note as well. This just seems to only go one way here in Minnesota. Leader Jamie Long brought up earlier when he wanted one of the Republicans to cross over and to vote against the legal gun owners and to ban their guns. Representative Long gave examples of when we worked together, and every one of those examples was a Democrat initiative. Every one of them. So when I go door knocking, door to door, one of the most common things I hear people say at the doors, because there is a lot of moderates in Minnesota, there is a lot of independents in Minnesota, and there is a lot of common sense Democrats in Minnesota who would like us to get along and actually be productive here in this House. And what I hear them say is, we would like to see you work together. But frankly, ever since I was elected in 2022, and this is my 4th year of serving, I have not seen that. The Minnesota Democrats have had the complete trifecta the first 2 years. Now we've been tied. And what you can see is bill after bill after bill, Republican initiatives are getting stopped in the committees and are not giving the ability to come forth, to have honest debates, to try to get these good bills across the finish line. So thank you, Representative Lawrence. Thank you for bringing a solution. Thank you, Representative Duran. Thank you to all the people that are trying to do good work, but the Minnesota Democrats refuse. I know the Minnesotans are really tired of this and the manipulation. The hypocrisy of, again, trying to stop this bill on a fiscal note, but theirs, they ignore it. The hypocrisy going back to 2023 and 2024, Representative Frazier was chief author of the red flag laws, gun laws, but he also was authoring bills that were reducing sentencing for violent criminals who committed murder. So members, we would like to get things done here in Minnesota, but right now it seems to be only one way. One way or no way. It's the Democrat way or no way. So when people see the struggle that's happening on the House floor, and when I go door knocking and people say, we would like to see you work together, that's what Minnesotans want. When we want to protect our children, we have to be open to all ideas. And yet what I saw on this floor, as soon as Representative Warwas brought up the manifesto of the words of the Annunciation shooter.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. What order of business are we on?
Members, we are on the order of business of recalling and placing on the general register House File 3493. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. Again, Minnesotans and to the families of Annunciation, we want to help bring healing. We want to help bring solutions, but that's going to require honest conversations. And as you'll see, when we bring up other motives of what might have happened, what caused that shooting, the horrific shooting, whether it's mental illness, and when we're quoting the words from the manifesto, we cannot talk about that. They are trying to prevent the light shining on what were the real reasons behind this. And that's wrong, members. The only discussion should not be banning guns. It should be considering Representative Lawrence's bill for safe schools. Also in the manifesto, in their own words, it said that they wanted to target a school because, and I quote, they thought it would be least likely that a good guy had a gun. Members, we need to have these discussions. You can call me out of order, and it doesn't change that if we don't have tough discussions on this floor, we are never going to be able to change what's happening here in Minnesota. Maybe instead of outside of the school where it says we ban guns on this premises, it should say we protect our children in this school. What if the sign said there is someone here armed? That would be a deterrent, folks. That would be a deterrent, but for some reason we can't have that conversation because it's not achieving the Democrats' goals to ban every legal gun in the state of Minnesota. So again, thank you, Representative Lawrence. Let's vote yes.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, I think we've had a long discussion. I think everyone in this chamber can agree that every student in Minnesota schools should be safe. That's the sentiment I've certainly heard. And that should be true no matter where their parents choose to send them to school. It should be true whether their parents decide that the best choice for their child is a public school. And it should be true if their parents decide that the best choice for their kid is a charter school. It should be the case if their parents decide the best thing for them is a private secular school. It should be true if their parents decide the best choice for their kid is a religious school. Kids don't choose where they go to school. And every kid deserves to be safe, no matter what choice their parents make about what school they go to. So we should light up the board green. But it's going to require a little political courage. You might have to say no to a big union. You might have to tell the governor who demands that all non-public pupil aid be cut, you might have to tell him to stuff it. That you're going to stand up for every student to be safe in their school, no matter where their parents choose to send them to school. That's what you're voting for if you vote green, members. Every student deserves to be safe. It doesn't matter what school. If you think it does matter, if you think some kids should be punished because their parents chose a school you don't want them to send them to, then vote no. But if you think every student in Minnesota deserves to be safe, vote green.
Any further discussion? Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the discussion tonight. This is an important issue. Representative Frazier, I appreciate your commitment to fiscal responsibility and being accountable for the dollars we spend and the fiscal note that would go with this. But I'll be honest with you, I was moved, and I may get the terminology wrong here, but I was moved by Representative Pinto's comment that he said there's no price tag for keeping our kids safe. And tonight I agree with that. Tonight I agree in the fact that tonight is a night that this needs to be a priority. We're going to be going into a week where we're not going to see each other. We're not going to be back in session for a full week. And amen. And let's leave tonight. I don't know. I assume I'm the last one. Maybe I'm not. Let's leave tonight on a positive note. Let's pass a piece of legislation that benefits students. Let's pass a piece of legislation that benefits every one of our districts with putting money into safe schools. We've talked a lot about different things tonight. Let's pass something that we can accomplish and go home with tonight. This is a good thing. This is a good thing for the students of Minnesota. Please make this a priority tonight. Let's put it on the general registry. Let's be bold. Let's be bold. Let's step out. Let's vote for all students this evening. Every single one in the state of Minnesota. Let's support them and say, we believe they should be safe in their educational environment. And let's send this message home tonight with them. Please vote green.
Members, as a reminder, the House is under call. You must vote. The clerk will take the roll. Members, please take your conversations to the alcoves. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Jones, no.
Jones votes no. Rarick.
Rarick votes aye.
Rarick votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Long.
I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Long moves that the call of the House
Madam Speaker.
be lifted. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Call of the House is lifted.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Bonner.
Madam Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the vote taken earlier today on the tab key motion to recall House File 3402 from Committee on Public Safety and give the bill its second reading and place it on the general register.
Representative Bonner moves that the vote taken, vote whereby the tab key motion to recall House File 3402 and placed the bill on the general register, which did not prevail earlier today, now be reconsidered. Discussion to the motion.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask for a roll call on this motion.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the motion.
And
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also request a call of the House.
Call of the House has been requested. Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Members, we are on the motion to reconsider the tab key motion. Discussion to the motion. I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a reminder to members of the body, I would recommend a no vote on this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further discussion? The clerk will take the roll on the motion to reconsider the tab key motion. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Jones votes aye. Rarick.
Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 66 nays, the motion to reconsider has passed. The clerk will report the tab key motion.
Pursuant to Rule 4.30, tab key move that House File Number 3402 be recalled from the Committee on Public Safety, Finance, and Policy, be given its second reading, and be placed on the General Register.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. The House is under call. Representative Tabke.
And a green vote on the motion.
And there were more than 15 hands. Can I see the hands on the roll call again? There will be a roll call. Further discussion to the motion. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will take the roll. Members, the House is under call. You must vote. The The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Jones.
Jones, aye.
Jones votes aye. Rarick.
Rarick votes no.
Rarick votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not pass. Announcements. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza Watun.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Gander and I are very excited to invite everybody to participate in a volunteer shift at your local food bank or food shelf next week over the legislative break. There's an email in your inboxes from Second Harvest Heartland and all the other food banks across the state. And Representative Gander has a few more details.
I recognize the member from Polk, Representative Gander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we finally have something we can agree on here tonight. Minnesota's 4 regional food banks in East Grand Forks, Duluth, Brooklyn Park, and Rochester are teaming up to host a special volunteer day for state lawmakers and staff this Thursday, April 2nd. It'll be a great opportunity to help make sure families have enough to eat during this time and beyond. If you're able to volunteer, you can check the email, as Rep. Katiza Watun also said. Hit the link and sign up. If you didn't happen to get the email, check with one of us and we will gladly forward it to you again. Any amount of time that you can volunteer is greatly appreciated. If you can't get to a food bank, check out a food shelf in your area at that same time. There's a link for that too. So I hope many of you can make it. It's a great way to serve other people and connect with those people who make a difference in our communities every day. Take lots of pictures. I want to see it when you get back. Have a good break.
Further announcements.
Thank you.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Speaker Damath. And members, we have a member whose birthday is today who spent his evening with us. So I think we should sing happy birthday to Spencer.
Further announcements? No. Further announcements? I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12:15 p.m. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026.
Representative Niska moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 12:15 p.m. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. Representative Niska.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Niska moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the House stands adjourned until 12:15 p.m. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026.